President O, this is the moderator. I believe we're ready to go.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Thanks for your patience, everyone. We're ready to get started. Welcome to the February 5th through 6th, 2025 board meeting. My name is Sang Oh, president of the board. I'm starting a meeting today with a sad announcement. I'm sad to announce that member Jason Wise has resigned from the board. Jason has served on the board as a public member since August of 2020. He has been an amazing member, and the board sincerely and truly thanks Jason for his years of service to the board and to California consumers. Jason will be truly missed. In the next couple of meetings or so, we'll be presenting him with a resolution memorializing his years of service and contribution. Before we convene, I would like to also remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing pharmacy law, where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests ought to be promoted. The protection of the public shall be paramount. As I facilitate this meeting, I will announce when we are accepting the public comment. As the agenda details, the board has significant business to complete today, including time-sensitive closed session items. To ensure the board has sufficient time to complete all of its necessary work, I have advised the meeting moderator to allow 2 minutes to each individual providing comments. We'll begin with public comments for individuals attending in person, followed by public comments by individuals participating via WebEx. This approach is necessary to facilitate this meeting. Before we get started, I would like to ask staff moderating the meeting to provide general instructions. Moderator?
Good morning. When public comment is called for, people will be asked to raise their hands virtually by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users will need to dial *3 to raise their hand. And for our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... and cycle through the 3 different pages in order to find your hand. As stated before, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 10-second warning before your time expires. All right, I believe we're ready, Mr. President O.
Thank you, David. And also in the event of emergency that requires the room to be evacuated, there are 2 exits in this room. I'd like to take a roll call to set up the quorum. Jesse Crowley?
Licensee member present.
Thank you, Jesse. Trevor Chandler?
Public member present.
Good morning. Thank you, Trevor. Renee Barker?
Licensee member present.
Thank you, Renee. Indira Cameron Banks? I don't believe Indira is joining. Jeff Hughes?
Public member present.
Thank you, Jeff. KK Jha?
Licensee member present.
Thank you, KK. Jay Newell?
Public member present.
Thank you, Jay. Satinder Sandhu?
Licensee members present.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria Serpa?
Licensee member present.
Thank you, Maria. Nicole Tebow?
Licensee member present, and there are no people 18 years or older present with me at this time.
Thank you, Nicole, and I'm here. A quorum has been established. I truly appreciate everyone's time and commitment to the board and California consumers. As I stated earlier, we have a very full meeting today and tomorrow. I ask everyone participating today and tomorrow to be respectful of the work before the board today. We encourage participation by members of the public throughout our meetings at appropriate times. The board respectfully requests that when comments are provided, they're done so in a professional manner, consistent with how the board conducts its business. Before we move on to the next agenda item, I'd also like to remind board members participating via WebEx to please remain visible on camera throughout the open portion of today's meeting. Members, if you need to temporarily turn off your camera due to challenges with internet connectivity, please remember to announce the reason for your non-appearance when you turn off your camera. We're going straight into the agenda item 2, discussion and possible action related to proposed regulations, Title 16, California Code of Regulations, repeal of Section 1708.3, 1708.4, 1735, and 1751. And addition of sections 1735, 1736, 1737, and 1738 related to compounded drug preparations, hazardous drugs, and radiopharmaceuticals, including review of comments received during the 15-day comment period. Next on our agenda is review of comments received in response to the board's 15-day comment period on proposed regulations regarding sterile and non-sterile compounding, hazardous drugs, and radiopharmaceuticals. As you recall, during our September 2024 board meeting, members requested additional education on this complex area of practice. During the November 2024 board meeting, consistent with the board's request and as agendized, the board received presentations on relevant legal requirements and background on compounding. This information is available on the board's website. Members, there are a number of items related to this agenda item included in the meeting materials, including the second modified text released for the 15-day comment period, comments received during the 15-day comment period, staff recommended responses to comments received, and staff recommended third modified text dated January 30th of 2025. I would like to sincerely thank all the stakeholders for continuing to engage in the rulemaking process. I would also like to thank members Serpa and Barker for reviewing the comments received and working with staff to provide recommendations for our consideration today. I have reviewed the information and look forward to our discussion and action. Before I open for discussion, I'd like to request that Maria walk us through some of the recommended changes. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President O, for the opportunity to assist the board again as we navigate through the comments we received during the recent 15-day written comment period for the second modified text. This closed on January 27, 2025. The record shows we received far fewer comments during the 15-day public comment period. I'd like again to thank everyone who has submitted comments, and most especially those commenters who used the comment template suggested on our website. As the recommended proposed third modified text demonstrates, the specific comments and recommendations that were made were very helpful to the board as it considers your comments and recommends modifications to the proposed text based on your comments. I'm grateful to Dr. Barker for sharing her expertise and time working with me and staff to develop the recommendations for the board's consideration today. Regrettably, some comments appear to continue to suggest that the board has not engaged in a transparent process in the development and promulgation of the regulations. I'd like to again remind everyone that the development of these regulations began in 2019 with a series of public meetings convened by the Enforcement and Compounding Committee and the board. These efforts were paused while USP appeals were pending before the USP committee. Following the USP consideration of appeals and finalization of the chapters were finalized in 2022 and compendial on November 1st, 2023. The Enforcement and Compounding Committee resumed its efforts to review the board's current compounding regulations in January 2023. We had hoped to promulgate updated regulations by the end of 2023 to minimize the impact on licensees and to meet our statutory mandate. We have heard from licensees the challenges they face with implementing updated USP standards without state regulations also being updated. One person testified at our last meeting that they soon will not be able to compound and send out-of-state prescriptions because of the delay in California regulations, potentially putting their out-of-state pharmacy licenses in uncertainty. During these last 2 years, the board again has provided numerous opportunities for stakeholders to participate in the development of proposed regulations. In the last 15-day comment period, I would like to highlight that the board received a wide range of comments, with some commenters some of the commenters seek to lessen standards of existing federal law. Some seek to lessen USP standards and regulations. Some seek to, let me say that clearly just to make sure. Some seek to lessen standards of existing federal law. Some seek to lessen USP standards, and some seek to lessen the regulations proposed. While many of the comments were helpful in that they appear to seek additional clarification of the text. In considering each of the comments, we must keep the board's consumer protection mandate at the forefront in the assessment of the recommendation. I want to thank everyone for their comments and participation to improve the proposed regulations and to make them clearer. I remain hopeful that as individuals continue to engage in this process, they review significant information that has been available to support the board's proposed regulations. As I proceed, similar to the approaches I've taken in previous meetings, I plan to review each article and solicit feedback from members on the comments and staff recommendations in segments to assist our discussion. You will note there are again proposed modifications to the text providing clarification and updates based on the comments we received during the 15-day comment period. These proposed modifications are marked in yellow highlighted bold text with dash underlined to indicate additions, or yellow highlighted bold text with dash underlined and bold double strike through for deletions. The legend is also included in the proposed third modified text, which is in your packet today. So just to be clear, members, this is we're reviewing the second modified text and the changes with the third modified text. And so the track changes are all shown. Today, we're looking at the most recent, and those are marked and highlighted in yellow. As we begin, I'd like to again highlight that there are many non-substantive changes reflected in the text. You will note such changes throughout the text. These non-substantive changes do not reflect any change in the board's requirements, but rather correct grammar issues, improve readability, and address typos. I will not be reviewing the non-substantive changes, but will highlight an example here just so that everyone understands the type of non-substantive changes that I'm talking about. An example is in 1735B, where PIC acronym is being moved to earlier in the subdivision. This is to assist in readability. Members, do you have any questions about this issue before I proceed on the substantive changes? Okay, let's jump right in. After we've completed our board review of all of the articles, I am hopeful that there will be general consensus among the members to approve a motion for another 15-day public comment period for recommended modified text to amend the language as we are going to discuss. Once there is a motion and a second, the board members' comments on the motion, the floor will be open for public comment on the motion. As a reminder, the proposed regulations are to clarify or to make more specific California compounding regulations in light of USP chapter updates that became effective November 1st, 2023. The proposed regulations do not typically repeat federal law or USP standards, but clarify board standards for compounding along with federal law and USP standards. Members, I'm going to begin with the recommended changes to Article 4.5, non-sterile compounding. You will note in section 1735.3, the recommended third modified text is being reordered to again clarify the requirement. This change was made in response to public comment. There's also a recommendation to remove 1735.9C related to labeling requirements. As the commenter noted, this language is not necessary as labeling requirements are applicable as required in other existing regulation. The proposed changes also include the change to section 1735.11A2 to remove SOP requirements related to the methods of complying with other requirements addressed in the SOPs. This extra language was not needed and is more specific elsewhere in the regulation. There are also 3 recommended changes specifically related to compounding with a flavoring agent, including a minor recommendation to 1735.1I to make abundantly clear that the exemptions to the board's regulation relate to facilities that solely add a flavoring agent. This recommendation is made in response to public comment that suggested the language was not sufficiently clear. In addition, it is recommended that the board establish a requirement for such facilities to develop an SOP defining on how to notify the board of a complaint related to the use of flavoring agent, and finally a recommendation to provide additional flexibility related to documentation requirements related to the use of a flavoring agent. Members, do you have any questions or comments on the recommendations reviewed for non-sterile compounding?
I do, but I don't want to go first again. Am I always going first? I guess I'll go first. Okay. All right. So I think in overall comments that we're moving very close. I feel very positive and thank all the staff and Chair Serpa as well as Vice Chair Barker for all their hard work. Just a question first on 1735.1 D as in David, 1735.1 D, a reasonable quantity. Is it my understanding correctly, a reasonable quantity could be anything but it's guardrail by a 14-day supply limit? Is that a correct understanding? I just wanted to confirm that. So a reasonable quantity
No,
is
those are two different issues. One is for veterinary office use and furnishing a 14-day supply for an individual patient.
got it.
Different.
That helps. So I don't know how else to clarify, but because I saw comment, I think maybe there's an opportunity to clarify further on that. On 17, oh, it's still, there's 1735.1. It's a lot of alphabets in that one. G as in George. In addition to provisions provided, this is something I'm going to bring it up for all sections because this language is copied and pasted into each sections on non-hazard, non-sterile, sterile, and hazardous. In addition to the provisions provided in section 1707.2, we have it saying consultation shall be provided to the patient. Just wondering if members what are their thoughts on to use instead of word provided, use word offered? Because there was a comment about maybe that it seems like a requirement that you are forced to talk to someone, which I doubt that board inspectors would use that to say that they must be, but I think just for clarity and consistency, maybe offered is a better word. I'm sure there's maybe a reason why this was chosen among the probably, but I'm just gonna throw that out there because, you know, nothing has stopped me from saying things boldly. On this is just technical under the essential copy under sorry, I'm going back under E1 1735.1 still there. E1C, I know that we say documentation describing the conditions in 1A and 1B is maintained in a readily retrievable format. I know pharmacists are very to the dot to the T, so maybe change 1A or 1B is maintained because it's possible that it's not both circumstances. So
Can I respond to that one really quick?
Yeah.
You notice that we took all the and ors out of the entire document because of the legal definition. It can only be and,
so it can
or. It cannot be and/or.
So it has to be or and.
Yes.
So we probably should do or then. Because it's either A or B, seems like. I mean, it could be both, but
I think we could take that back as non-substantive
Is it-
because it really is a legal interpretation, but the intent and the policy of the board is that it's for both.
right, yeah. But I want that to live on the text because like when 5 years later, someone's reading it, like, oh, does that mean that I have to make sure that it's on the shorts list? Somehow is documenting that it's verified with so I just don't, I think that's non-sub. So if that's the case, then I'm good. But okay, so moving forward on to 1735.5, cleaning and sanitizing under A. At the end of the sentence, as well as the product name of the cleaning agent and sanitizing agent used. Just wanted to, just for my education, this is a current practice already for non-sterile compounding and what the chapter says about that for my education.
Yes, so we discussed that at the last meeting. So it's not part of the 15-day comments, but there is comments from the last meeting specifically regarding that one. Because there were some comments made in the past comment periods that there was no need to document the product names. And so if you look at the responses to the past comment periods, that's specifically discussed.
Okay. Is it, so is, just remind.
So that is common practice in most pharmacies
Okay.
now.
The big one probably is we can have a more discussion about the manufacturer because that keeps coming up. I know we're trying to eliminate allowance for supplier if in case the manufacturer is not available. I'm just curious, members' thoughts on that one. I know that's gonna be,
Which section?
oh, it's, sorry, that's 1735.7 C as in Charlie, 1. So compounding record shall be maintained, and under there, the manufacturer, lot number, and expiration date.
Right.
That just keeps coming up.
So the reason, if you go back and you look at the documentation, because that actually has come up at the last 2 comment periods, that FDA specifically calls out, and there's an FDA document that specifically calls out the need to have that information.
Right. They say the need for, but
Yes, so we have specifically responded to that,
That's-
and that it is it's documented in the FDA documents and assists in the recall process.
I think my thing is like, yes, they say that, but our current regulation is actually allowing supplier, and the comment seems to be that that should be sufficient. So just wanted to have a discussion if that.
So we can repeat that discussion after comments bring that up. But if you look at the minutes, we had a robust discussion about that at the last comment period, about the importance that that information be readily accessible for recalls, and the FDA documentations. You know, our old compounding regulations may have been written before the FDA guidance was updated. I don't know. We can actually check that out. But we need to keep in mind what current FDA guidance is, not necessarily what old regulations state.
Right, yeah.
You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
No, I get it, but I think if there's a room for flexibility, I think my preference is to keep the current regulation. And going to 1735.10, establishing beyond use dates. I think I saw comments about the 1 and 2, the chemical and physical stability data of the active pharmaceutical ingredient and any added component in the preparation, as well as the second point, the compatibility and degradation of the container closure system with the finished preparation. The comment seems to suggest that we are requiring this to be done in-house maybe. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that that's not a requirement. And maybe in-house, not in-house, using study valid out there, that's sufficient. Maybe clarifying that could be helpful. Lastly, the flavoring agent. This is where I'm really indifferent. I'm not really strong on this, but I do wonder if there is a need to put under 7035.15A 1 and 2. I'm wondering if we need to state that. That seems to me, you know, if we're trying to give them flexibility, I don't know if 1 and 2 is really necessary, but I'm open for board members' thoughts on those. So that's it for me on the non-sterile.
So
I
I
guess
would
that's not it.
encourage others, because I can respond to some things, but maybe Renee or others would respond to some of the comments. And then I can speak up too. But what was the second one? I missed the second one that he mentioned. I can't find it in my notes here.
Sorry, I know,
1735.1G.
1G.
To the consultation.
offer
Consultation.
provided.
So go ahead and answer the consultation one, Anne, because I think that's
Yeah,
clear.
so the law requires that you must initiate a consultation. So I think if we switched to offer, we would have inconsistencies within our law specific to patient consultation.
Yes.
But wouldn't our current regulation in terms of consultation already be covering this section? Like,
So it does cover it, but as you note, the wording has to be consistent with. If you have an inconsistency, then you have 2 regulations that are inconsistent in their wording, which opens up for questioning.
okay.
So I think that
I'll look at
President Sung Oh, probably President Oh, I would suggest that maybe we are going to be looking at the whole consultation, barriers to consultation and enforcement,
Yeah.
that the consultation language in 1707.2 could be looked at. If you feel that that's not correct, that's a broader view of consultation, not just a consultation in compounding. So that is beyond the scope of that, but we certainly could bring that up during our discussion in enforcement and compounding when we look at barriers to consultation.
Okay. No, I think that answers my question. I think that's clear enough for our record, that our discussion, it's pretty clear that it essentially is not like you have to grab the patient and says, I need to talk to you, like, do not leave. Like, that's what I just want to make sure that's clear. Like, they can decline it. They have the right to decline it, even with this language. That's all I just wanted to confirm.
Correct.
I'm good with proceeding as it's drafted, yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments, or Renee, would you like to comment on anything that President O talked about?
Can you repeat what your question was about the stability? I just was.
There are a lot of comments out there that saying
Right.
that it's going to cost a lot of money. And I just want there to be clear that it's not that they have to do studies all on their own, that they can use the studies out there provided by whoever it may be, that's an acceptable practice. I just think that
Section was that in?
I'm pretty confident that is, but I just want to make sure that that's clear.
So it is.
And
but
the
there's-
in-house versus outsourcing, because there
Right.
are some things that
So-
must be done in-house, right? And then there are things that can be like a third-party data that could be like,
So the third party data, if you know your formulation, including like every additive and your process, as well as the container closure, has to be exactly the same in order for that third party vendor to use the stability indicating method that they've already developed for somebody else. So it includes that. So I just, and each vendor is going to be different. I know that was, me personally had that discussion with our institution just as a fact finding for ourselves. But so those things have to match. Other vendors, I don't know. So each vendor will be, I couldn't speak to that. But the importance is that it needs to be like identical. And it's also because they have proprietary information from somebody else, so they don't share it with you. You can't call and say, hey, I want to make this. Do you have it? Like, can you share that with, like, they're not going to give that to you. So I think that's where it comes in that maybe organizations that are, willing to share that, that you would maybe get it from there, or, other colleagues, I don't, depending on your industry. So I would say, yes, for a third party vendor for that. But again, this is, like depending on what you're trying to do with your beyond use state.
Go ahead.
So this, I think, is like one of those areas also where, because we're not restating the chapter, it may create a little confusion, because the chapters, though, is what requires it. It says when establishing a BUD for CNSP, compounders must consider the parameters that may affect, and then it lists things out, including the chemical and physical stability properties. So that's included in the chapter. So the language of the regulation text is just saying that when you are establishing the BUD, you can't exceed what the data from the chapter is requiring.
that's
I don't
very
know if
helpful.
that makes sense.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Ann.
That's an excellent point. And I think just to also remind members of the public, you cannot read the regulations all by themselves. You have to have them side by side with the USP standards. That's why we renumbered them, to make that easier so you're not searching for it. But we only clarified or made more specific in our regulation. We did not repeat USP standards. So thank you for bringing that up. Members, any other comments or questions? My paper's all messed up.
Yes.
Who said yes?
I do.
Oh, go ahead, Trevor.
So again, thank you. Thank you both. Going through this, the amount of improvement and changes in the constructive feedback is feeling very much better about all of this. I have two questions that have come up in comments that I just wanted to get it put out there for this body. One was section 1735.1E. There was a comment about the requirement for a pharmacist to verify and document a prescribed compounded drug as clinically significant. And there's concerns about this delaying treatment and potentially being overly redundant, delays in dispensing. And some of the stakeholders argued that if a prescriber had already determined a clinical need, that a pharmacist shouldn't have to duplicate that verification process. So I was wondering if that could be, if you could explain that to me.
Sure. I think that I can start and then maybe Anne can finish. Some of the commenters, not all, that talked about that are unfamiliar with pharmacy law that makes the pharmacist responsible for confirming the need, the clinical need, and the indication for medications. The pharmacist is not just a filling of supplies and filling physician orders. It's a partnership to make sure that the medications are appropriate and safe for the patient. So this language is current in other regulations also that specifically talks about the clinical review by a pharmacist before providing prescriptions.
And so is this an expansion upon corresponding responsibility? Is this purely typical corresponding responsibility, or does this go above and beyond that?
So I think that the terminology, just to be clear, when we usually talk about corresponding responsibility, we're usually talking about controlled substances and those types of prescriptions. Maybe Noreen or Anne can speak to what the current requirements of pharmacists to review prescriptions to assure that they're clinically indicated and safe for the patient are. I think it's also spelled out in the grid. I just didn't bring the printout of the grid, but I know that each of those comments that the responses came back, there were significant response by the staff indicating what current pharmacy regulations are and the professional and ethical responsibilities of a pharmacist.
So I think that there's, a number of places. So Health and Safety Code 11153, Trevor, is, I think, the one that you're referring to with respect to corresponding responsibility. There's a lot of other provisions in the law that also speak to, the pharmacist's responsibility in exercising the clinical judgment throughout. So Business and Professions Code 733 is one. California Code of Regulations 1707.3 maybe. Sorry, I'm going off the top of my head, which I should never do. But so I think that this is consistent with the construct and the recognition that pharmacists are the drug therapy expert. And, just because something is prescribed doesn't necessarily mean. So I don't know that I answered your question, but trying there.
No, I really appreciate that. Oh,
Can I just add something to that? I would just add that when it comes to receiving an order, that, a prescription, I should say, then the pharmacist is verifying multiple things for that. And I think this just specifies one in relation to like this topic, if you will, then checking allergies and, they're checking a lot of things and they're required to.
Right.
So I think this is just spelling out in this instance. So here, I don't know if that's the best explanation, but a pharmacist verifies.
And I also said that's why I think we changed the word to verifies instead of determines too. So I think that this is in the right direction in my opinion.
And so so it says verify and document that a prescribed compounded drug produces a clinically significant difference. So I guess what the root of my question is, one, is this is this consistent, like is verify and document that it is clinically significantly, has a clinically significant difference? Is this consistent with other areas of regulation, or is this language requiring to verify and document that it produces a clinically significant difference unique to this regulation expansion of what is already in regulation?
It's an excellent question. I show you to look at the grid number 7, which is one of the places where they talk about the pharmacist requiring to verify prescribed medications and lists some of the the sections of current pharmacy law, health and safety code, business and professions code. They're all listed here, that this is a current requirement to assure that the medications are suitable and best for the patient in coordination and consultation with the physicians. They're not doing it alone. Also, if you look at the FDA information, this is really a part of compounding essentially a copy. And there are very limited circumstances when essentially a copy can be compounded according to federal law. You will see also, there was one comment that said that pharmacy should not be compounding at all. So that it should be very black and white. And this was also from a pharmaceutical manufacturer who says that pharmacists should not have the ability to compound anything that's essentially a copy. And we don't believe that. We think that there are circumstances that are. So the pharmacist and the physician determine that, maintaining their professional and ethical responsibilities to the patient and within the parameters of federal law. It's a very complex area, and I can understand that as a non-pharmacist, it is hard to understand very much of the nuances, but I thought it was really adequately explained in our grid, particularly in number 7.
I think in the other portion, when we dispense prescription, pharmacist dispenses prescription, they're making their clinical judgment if this is appropriate or not. But I think the difference is that in those instances, it's not required to document. Okay, in this particular case, because I assume that we're specifically addressing, since there's a copy exists, that pharmacists specifically make a record of documentation that they check that fact. Is that?
That's part of it. Just like when you review a controlled substance, you document that you checked cures, you documented that you looked for other medications that were similar. So there are documentation responsibilities in the pharmacist exercising their clinical judgment. Like many of us have learned, from pharmacy school and all the healthcare professions, if you don't write it down, you didn't do it. So in order to prove that you actually did the evaluation and review, there are some circumstances where it's specifically written that you just must document it. And in federal law, because essentially a copy is an area that is federally regulated, and maybe I'm not saying it correctly, Anne or Noreen can correct that there is very specific information about when essentially a copy can be documented, and it has to be in very specific and limited circumstances as dictated by the patient and the physician and communicated to the pharmacist.
So I guess the concern would be that if you don't document it, like you said, it didn't happen, where in the other cases, pharmacists can make tons of clinical judgments or decides to dispense the prescription. Sometimes they don't document. In this case, just not documenting that portion will cause them to violate, it could be a citation or something.
This is a very specific area, very similar to like controlled substances where documentation is required.
So I'd also add, so it is, like Maria mentioned, an FDA document, right? So in specific language that in order to be able to have it be not identified as essentially a copy, that there is a significant difference from the commercially available product. So it's so some of these requirements under 503A, you have to show that you met that. And there's some other things as well. So it's like, like they're requiring it. So you show that you met that. Yeah.
Well, that's how I understood. I just wanted to make the distinction between that, this compounding versus when you regularly dispense, let's say, amoxicillin or something like that.
Very complex conversations. I appreciate that. Any other comments on non-sterile compounding?
I have one more.
Oh, certainly, Trevor.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I wanted to address the water conversation.
What section is that?
I'm looking for it. 1735.4.
Okay.
Just about, there was a comment regarding the cost of upgrading all the water to meet this requirement for washing materials and supplies. And this is, I mean, I'll be very transparent in why I'm asking. We recently had 12 pharmacies shut down in, well, Walgreens shut down in San Francisco. One of the rationales for those pharmacies being shut down was the cost of regulation. So when I saw the comment that having to do a total improvement of the water systems to meet this requirement, it is something that I just wanted to bring up and address and get a response to. Is this requiring this? Is this a new and expanded aspect of washing supplies that this has not been done before? Is this new? I just wanted to get more clarification on that.
That's an excellent question, because this is something that did change in pharmacy practice within the last, I would say, 5+ years when USP first talked about this. USP has a lot of documentation about the requirements for water. But just to be clear, the requirements are for rinsing, not for washing, not for cleaning. It's for the final rinse. And in many situations, I know that in my workplace, you didn't necessarily have to change water systems. That just meant that the final rinse was done with a sterile water for irrigation or something like that. It's not vast amounts because it's just the final rinsing. It's not requiring changing of plumbing or doing all those kinds of things, although you could do that. And some places have introduced reverse osmosis. But this is specifically commented in USP. There was lots of comments during the testimony of USP standards. And in our previous comment period, there were specific board responses too. So we had previously discussed this. And just to make it clear for you, it's only about the final rinsing, not washing. And Renee probably could add more to that.
I just want to add that the actual USP document, just, it's hard to say what's going on in different pharmacies or whatever, but it does say the plumbing must be free of defects that may contribute to the contamination of any CNSP. So, if there's some kind of plumbing issues, or if in the regulation, it is that you cannot use a sink or water from a water closet, right? Like a bathroom. So if that was their maybe only sink, which sometimes is the case, it's hard to know exactly what they're getting at.
No, that's very clarifying. And I really appreciate that, especially very clearly addressing that concern that this is not for every single washing, but for the final rinse. So it should not be an overwhelming cost to pharmacies.
Thank you. And I really do appreciate your comments, Trevor, because sometimes as pharmacists, we kind of jump over things that are part of our normal daily practice. And so bringing it out to public discussion is really good.
Oh, if you know me, I'm not afraid to ask stupid questions. So
I also just wanted
a stupid question. So
I just wanted to add to that also that in terms of consumer safety, that when like tap water, until you do a final rinse and you leave it sitting, there's a good chance for contamination like sporicidal. And then, even when it's dry, you'll have spores. So it'll be left over.
Trevor, any other comments before
all I got now.
Okay. Satinder?
I just wanted to visit, I had the two similar questions that President O asked. On 1735.15, there were comments provided. It's regarding flavoring. If there's a need for 1 and 2.
Yeah, so we did say that was non-substantive. We know what the policy is, and so we just have to 1 and 2. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm commenting on the other comment that he had. 5, 1, and 2.
Sorry, I had a lot of comments.
Which one? I'm sorry, Satinder. Can you replace it?
It's a 1735.15 and section A12.
Oh, 15. 15. Okay.
15, yes.
I thought I was looking for 1, 5. What are we talking about? So that many felt very comfortable limiting the requirements of facilities that only add flavoring as documented in here. I'm trying to find the section here. 1 and 2 are not
On the section
in front of
15.
me here. Are equally as important. We don't want people with rashes or infectious skin processes necessarily compounding with flavoring agents. The site could determine what is acceptable. So it's not an exclusion, just like on the rest of it. It is up to the site to have their SOPs as what is included and what is excluded and to document that. Should the site want to say that everybody can do it all the time, they would just have to be able to justify that to make sure that they're not actually contaminating the product. So we're not saying people cannot do it, that there has to be provisions in an SOP to talk about it. And the same thing with cleaning and sanitizing. You know, there needs to be SOPs that talk about how they clean the space, how they, if they measuring device is used, that's cleaned and maintained. If they have a dispenser, that's maintained according to manufacturing standards. We thought that those minor documentations in SOP were required.
Thank you.
Did I miss anything, Renee or Anne?
No, but I would just add under I think it's that first requirement, in the document itself, under personal hygiene and garbing, it's kind of the list of, like she mentioned, rashes, oozing sores, conjunctivitis. They're actually not like extremely limiting, and they're almost something that you would not want somebody in your workplace, in your pharmacy, doing anything with that, depending, but again, it leaves it up to, here, like the designated person, right? You would just have your requirements for when somebody can work.
Okay, any other comments on non-sterile compounding?
Yes, I do, Maria. Thank you.
Where's that voice coming from?
Wanted to jump back. I can't find the section. I don't remember, but what Sung was asking about the consultation, just for my own clarification, is the consultation requirement the same across the board for compounding as it is for non-compounded medications? Okay, I think the confusion for me reading it is it sounds like you have to counsel someone every single time. Like if someone is getting the same product every month, then you should that requirement for consultation isn't necessarily there. And I think that's where the language is a little confusing for me.
I'm looking for the section.
Do you remember what section that was, Sung, for the consultation?
1735.1, and that's G as in George. G as in
So it says, so it's in the provisions is provided in section 1707.2.
And I think the confusion is 1707.2. I just checked because I was like, because I think in pharmacist world, we use this lingo as offer to counsel is how we've been using it for so long that I just thought offer is the word. Because provide to me is a word that is like forced, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. Sorry, Corinne, Shelley, and Noreen. I'm not trying to be, I'm not going to go take the bar exam. Oh, I don't know. I don't even know if they call that a bar exam anymore. But anyway, so I'm just, like to me, provide is very forceful. And I think that 1707.2 as in totality, I just double checked. I just was surprised to find out that I thought I knew this lingo, but it says provide in 1707.2. But it does say on the last section that clearly exempts people to decline. And I think in here, we don't have that. So
1707.2 in its entirety is there, so they can decline because all the sections of 1707.2.
But this is in addition, not. So I'm not playing lawyer again. If that's clear enough in the legal minds and make sure the records is very clear that we're not forcing people to be counseled, then, that's okay for me. Anyway, go ahead, Jesse.
I think Noreen looks like she wants to say something. Go ahead, Noreen.
While that's warming up, there are provisions in the law where there's additional language added where it says that the patient can actually not receive the medication if they decline the consultation. And that does not exist here, should that be helpful information.
Say it again, Anne.
So there are some provisions in the law. I think like around maybe naloxone might be one of those examples where it specifically says that you have
the
to
prep,
provide it.
like the prep,
And then it
yes.
says that you cannot provide
Right,
it
yes.
if they decline the
It's in prep,
consultation.
yes.
And that is not included here.
Okay.
Like, should that be helpful distinction?
Yeah, I think because the proposed language says in addition to provisions in section 1707.2, so all of those provisions in 1707.2 would also apply, including the right to decline.
Mhm. But your
So
point,
I guess,
but
sorry.
your point about the language itself in 1707.2 requiring some more review is a good one. And I think we should take that as an extension from this discussion and look at that also.
So I'm just gonna boldly ask, then should we even need to have G? Is there a real purpose here in G? Can 1707.2 just cover it?
But 1707.2 does not concern the proper use, storage, handling, and disposal. It does not include that.
Maybe not disposal, but.
So that's the specific section, those are the specific ads. So the purpose of G was to not repeat 1707.2, but to add these other areas that were not clear in 1707.2. So it's about concerning proper use, storage, handling, and disposal of the CNSP and related supplies furnished. That's the addition. The rest of it is current law or regulation, excuse me.
Okay.
And it says, patient and patient's agent is very clear here, and I'm not sure it's as clear in 1707.2 because that's someplace else where it talks about being able to dispense to a patient's agent or third party. So I would suggest that the discussion is good, provided, but the important thing is that be changed in 1707.2, not necessarily here. And if it's changed in 1707.2, we can change it here at the same time. But the idea is that they should be consistent.
Okay.
That's kind of where I'm going.
Go ahead.
Oh, so Tinder, you asked anything else?
Yeah, it's just that when you read 1707.2 and then has the provision in there about declining, but would that apply to declining the storage, handling, disposal as well?
So I think Noreen can answer that again.
Yes, in my opinion, it would, because the proposed text simply refers to the provisions in 1707.2. If you wanted to exempt some of those provisions, you'd have to state it in this particular section.
Sorry, so I pulled up 1702, section 1707.2 just briefly. It does have a section about special directions for use and storage. I mean, I would imagine that covers everything under G. I don't know from a legal perspective if it does.
So can I just, that is, the two elements that are required are C1 and C2. So directions for use and storage and the importance of compliance, and then the precautions and relevant warnings. Those other ones are discretionary based on the clinical judgment of the pharmacist, just highlighting, should that be helpful?
I'm gonna just put it out there. I think that we should not add that, but that's just my opinion. Go ahead, Jess.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything else about that section before I move on? The next one I have, I know I brought this up at the last meeting too, but we've gotten a few more comments about the same thing, was 1735.1. There were a few written comments, I think, from the California Rheumatology Alliance as well as the CMA, and actually the section of the letter from the Medical Board of California is what I was referring to last time, where I think the language from the medical board does seem to allude to the fact that these changes could impact the practice of compounding for physicians. And I guess I'm just going to ask again if there's any way that we can just add that sentence to the end just for clarification about applying to our licensees.
I think on that, Renee made a really good point on that point last meeting, like, because it's just, I think it's been cleared already, but also on top of it, like, we can't be exempting, like, then a naturopath, then a physician's assistant, if, and then it's like a nurse. and then
Dehydration
it's-
therapy.
Yeah.
There's a
so I
lot of
think it just
places
opens a lot of
licensed-
door.
yeah.
I think that's,
It's, I think it would have to be an all-inclusive list, and I don't think that that's really the intent. And I will say that, I mean, I think we've been clear, I guess, about the fact that your regulatory, if you are licensed, your regulatory board is the one who has oversight of you. But I think I'm just gonna say it, but the document itself, this is a guidance, and it's we're pursuing it to to apply to pharmacies, right? Pharmacies, pharmacists, technicians, whatever. But it has who this applies to. Well, actually, I guess it's really more sterile, but of who it really applies to, right? So, yeah, so I take that back. I guess in 795, they're not really specifying per se, but I think that the 797 is where a lot of the conversation is about that.
Yeah, and I think I would just highlight that the medical board or the other respective healing arts boards gets to decide how they regulate their licensees.
Big thing. Oh, go ahead.
So I was thinking, so it could be that we have it here that this is how the pharmacists and doctors should compound this product. And they have these guidelines, but if somehow we say, hey, they're not following this, and then we tell the medical board, and medical board can easily say, yeah, thank you very much, pharmacy board, but it's okay for us.
So if I can just kind of clarify, our regulations are for our licensees.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, we're not saying that this is appropriate for physicians. That's not for us to determine. That's for the medical board or the other healing arts board to determine.
Yeah.
Right? And so we have our little swim lane, and the statute is very clear about what our swim lane is, both in our law and the medical board, as an example, is very clear about the jurisdiction. So it's not for us to decide what the standard of care will be for the medical board, right? That's their swim lane. So we just need to stay maybe a little bit in ours.
And I guess just to be clear, because I had heard in some previous discussion that the medical board is not asking for any changes in our regulation. The CMA is not the medical board. CMA is the Association of Physicians. So the medical board is not asking for any additions or changes.
Great, thank you. Just have two more sections. So the second to last one is 1735.12C. I think there was a comment, I know we had a long discussion last time about the adverse drug experiences. As I recall, I thought Maria actually made some really good points about like the difference between an adverse drug experience versus just like a side effect of a medication. And I actually agree that we should have kept that language in there. So I just wanted to bring up the discussion again since we had written comment about it.
Thank you. You certainly could make that recommendation, but at our last meeting, the board asked to strike that. Only for sterile, non-sterile. That's still in.
Oh, for non-sterile, it's still in sterile.
It still isn't sterile.
Okay.
Only for non-sterile. That was from a recommendation from President O, and after discussion at the board meeting, it was decided to be stricken.
Do you have experience, I don't know, you or Renee, with the non-sterile aspect of adverse drug experiences or events?
So I can jump in a little bit here. One of the, I'm not disagreeing with you in philosophy. You know, I think more information is important for patient safety. But one of the overriding reasons that the board agreed with President O was because this is not in current language. It would be an extension to current language. It's current language in sterile, but it's not current language in non-sterile. Now, should the board change its policy and want to make it applicable to non-sterile, I would wholeheartedly support that. But we would have to discuss that again as a board. At the last meeting, they said they did not support that.
Great, thank you for the reminder. And then the last one I have is 1735.15 under flavoring. Let me see, I'm just scrolling down to that section. There's a lot of sections in here, huh?
Can you repeat the section?
Slowly but surely getting there. 15, yeah, 1735.15. Oh, I went too far. There was a comment, I believe, from Flavor RX about that first sentence. Let me see. Did I go too far? Yes. In it, where it says 1735.15A, in addition to the USP 795 standards. Now, I think they had asked for the, in addition to the USP 795 standards to be struck just to alleviate some confusion there. I think because if you follow the 795 standards, then technically you would have to follow all the steps of non-sterile compounding. And I kind of agree that there is a little confusion if we keep it that way. So I just wanted to have a discussion with the rest of the board to see how everyone felt about that.
That's a good reminder because adding a flavoring agent is still compounding. USP has said that it is compounding. There's documentation that it is compounding. So the board still calls it compounding, but has specific requirements for compounding in that situation if that's the only thing that that facility does. If they do any other form of compounding, then this section would not apply. So 795 talks about non-sterile compounding, and flavoring is non-sterile compounding, so it still applies. But you also keep in mind that a lot of what is in 795 says shall. So it's optional. Should, excuse me, says should. And so their SOPs and those kinds of things could be addressing those kinds of issues, except for these 7 provisions that we have not made optional. They're required.
Okay, thank you. I think the clarification on the should versus shall language is helpful. And that was the last thing I had. Thank you.
I have one more that I forgot to mention is for my wonderful lawyers down there, potential quality problems. So if someone can just talk about that, what are we encompassing for that? What does that mean?
So I know we did discuss it at the last board meeting, and I don't know, Noreen, if it was you or Ann that talked about what that meant, but we had a full discussion about that comment.
I'm sure you guys talked about this because this is gotta be a big.
We talked about it at the board meeting.
I know, but
But it's good to repeat because it is a common question.
just addressing comments stuff.
No one's answering. Ann or Noreen, or she's looking something up. Okay, to give Noreen a moment to look something up.
So, President, are you talking about what, if there is a particular legal, definition for potential quality problem? I don't believe there's a specific legal definition of those words. You would look at it in the context of the language here. So potential, are you asking how it would be enforced? What is it?
Right. I think that I'm just trying to, for the record, to clearly demonstrate that we talked about this because once this goes in effect, I would imagine that this is the word that it's going to be probably, I think, is going to be questioned a lot of what it means. when
So-
do they need to actually?
Right, and so it is in the record. It's in the grid that talks about that at the last comment period. I'm not sure if it was actually in this comment period that it came up again, but in the last comment period, it did come up about potential quality issues, and I know there was staff response. So we can find that.
Is it self-reporting system on the part of the pharmacy for the quality problem? Or is it any substantiated or unsubstantiated complaint from the consumer?
So I'm not an attorney. Let me start with that. But the beginning of the subdivision says consistent with the facility's SOPs. So I think that there is opportunity where the facility wants to be describing this in more detail, that they have to like address the thing, but it starts with consistent with the facility's SOPs, a review shall be initiated. So I'm very nervous right now. No one's kicking me under the table, but it's 1735.12 C like cat, but it's cross-referencing the facility's SOPs that are kind of defining some of this.
So what I'm hearing is PIC or a pharmacist, compounding pharmacist, CNSP, at his or her discretion can determine if this is actually a quality problem. For example, a customer comes and says, this bubblegum flavor doesn't taste like bubblegum.
That's exactly my concern,
Right.
yes.
So-
Yeah.
As a pharmacist, using the discretion, it's a substantiated or non-substantiated claim. Is it something a reportable item? Or can pharmacists use a discretion and say, this is not a quality problem?
So sorry for the non-answer, but I think in large part, it's going to be how the facility is operationalizing this in their SOPs.
Right, I think that's something that I think has frustrated some people, is that the regulations are not specifically clear because we leave it up to the pharmacist's clinical judgment, the pharmacist's descriptions, and the facility's SOPs. They need to figure how they are going to make that determination. It's actually easier that they make that determination rather than the board prescribe, you shall do X, Y, and Z in every situation, and then have a book of every situation that we could think of. So in their SOPs, they would have something that talks about quality assurance or quality control, and they would list what are those types, what are the pharmacist's abilities, and then what are the responses. So in that situation, I could tell you what my pharmacy would do. Your pharmacy may want to do something different, and that's okay.
Yep. Okay, so I think what I hear is pharmacist can use her professional judgment in determining if this is a substantive quality problem, reportable, versus something that is a customer preference or really not a quality issue.
I mean, I suppose at least quality is defined in our regulations. So, I mean, I guess you could go say that anything outside of the quality could be a potential quality problem. But the bubble gum is a good example, right? Like, do I go taste up medication? Like, what do you do? I mean, I guess they can have their own policies. And I know we can't always be so black and white. So I understand, but I just get a little nervous.
So
things
would
like-
it be prudent to add word that pharmacist at her discretion?
I'm trying to clarify the question that you have, Dr. O. Is it specifically what is a potential quality problem?
I think I'm just worried about unnecessary burden on the magnitude of such wide-ranging possibilities of what that is. And a pharmacy could have, the bubblegum is a good example, that, right? And then I am very concerned about every language in the pharmacy law. I could be reporting all this to the Board of Pharmacy as a potential quality error, right? Because it could be, and it's not clearly defined what that means. So just, that's,
Would that be, is flavoring different from any other responsibility for reporting potential problems?
that's, I don't know.
So that's currently being proposed for all CNSPs. So it's just repeated in the flavoring. So if you look at 1735.12, which is quality, which I think is where the comment is coming from, is the board shall be notified in writing within 96 hours of the facility's receipt of a complaint or potential quality problem. So it potential leaves that up to the judgment of the pharmacy and the pharmacist. We're not saying all quality problems or all of anything. Maybe.
These are reports of those.
Correct.
So
Notification.
if you're getting a report from a patient about the product, then the pharmacist would make a determination about whether or not that's a potential quality problem, and according to the SOPs, would be reporting it to the board. That's how I understand the structure here.
But using pharmacist discretion, all patient-reported quality problem may not be really a quality problem. For example, antibiotic suspension that I just mentioned with the bubblegum flavor, I have heard comments that the phase has separated. If you just shake it, it goes back to being a suspension, but that has been reported as, the phase separation has happened. That's not necessarily a quality problem for a professional, but the consumer reported it as a problem. So is it something that pharmacists can use a discretion and say, this was reported to me by the consumer, but this is not reportable up to the channel, to the board?
I think that's a great example. From what you're saying is the pharmacist knows from the report of the patient that it's not actually a quality problem, that you shake it and whatever they perceive as a problem goes away. I believe that's the example you gave. So in the pharmacist's judgment, there is no quality problem. It's something that is maybe specific to that product, how it separates or whatever it is. So I think this is the judgment of the pharmacist about whether or not what's being reported is actually a quality problem. That's where I believe the judgment of the pharmacist comes in. You're asking questions of the patient who may be reporting the problem. You're asking questions, well, did you shake it? Did you, whatever examples you want to give, and making a determination. And I think that's where your SOPs might spell out, do you discuss the issues with the patient, et cetera? I'm not as obviously familiar with the practice as you, but maybe Dr. Serpa can
I think
comment on what I'm saying as to whether or not that is actually appropriate for the pharmacist as part of their judgment to get a complaint, ask some questions, and determine whether or not there's actually a quality problem.
so. The word potential is what brings in the pharmacist's judgment. I'd be afraid of wording it exactly like you said, KK, because then it means the reporting is at the discretion of the pharmacist. It's not the reporting. It's the determination if this is a potential quality problem. That's the part that is determined by the pharmacist. And that would be determined in your SOPs on how to do that.
No,
So it's kind of a circular argument, but I'm also looking at what our current language says, and it's very similar to what current language defers to the pharmacist's judgment. I'm not sure whose comment that was. Is that Jesse's? Oh,
Mine. Sorry.
we're
Go ahead.
circling around. And, I
I'm just
appreciate
gonna-
this because this
I'm
is
just
very
gonna
complex.
warn that there may be some circling around of things because this is a very, very important text.
Mhm.
And so I reserve that there may be some circling around in something. So just putting it out there.
Anything else? Otherwise, I want to go back to the one G about consultation. And unless we have further discussion to take G out, I would be opposed to taking it out because current language does not have consultation regarding, I don't have it in front of me now because my page just got mixed up here, but about the disposal, the things that were missing were added. So that's the whole reason that G was added, because there were certain things that were not in 1707.2 and they were added in G. So if you feel comfortable that they don't need to be consulted on those items, then we could take out G, but I don't feel comfortable. I think the patient is due that information.
I mean, I think one can argue that it's just really the disposal. I mean, the proper use, I don't know how that's not a required consultation. I guess I'm just need to understand why that is not in our 1707.2.
Right. And so we're not looking at 1707.2 today, but that would be another area that could be looked at for the board.
The addition is, right, concerning proper use, storage, handling, and disposal. I think the only thing that's really not in 1707.2 is disposal. I don't know how a pharmacist consults somebody without consulting on the proper use or storage. Maybe handling, but I'm okay with either way. I think I'll leave it up to the other members on that. I'm just trying to, as much as we can, to get to more simple place in our text. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Can you remind me what section this is again? I know we've bounced around.
1707.2.
And then 1735.1G, like George.
Thank you.
And so I think in some situations, this is not one of them, but perhaps it's not one of them, is that we added specific information to direct people to other regulations and other information, because this is a addition, things that are in addition to. So I'm looking at 1707.2, and one of the things that Anne had mentioned is that the requirements are not fully requirements. There are some optional items, and so this would make them not optional.
I have a suggestion for how we could maybe change this. If we change it to say, in addition to the provisions provided in section 1702.7.2, consultation shall include proper use, storage, handling, and disposal of CNSP and related supplies furnished. I think getting rid of that, provide the patient or patient's agent, because that's already included in 1707.2, I think that may provide more clarity.
Can you say that again? Shall include?
So in addition to the provisions provided in section 1707.2, consultation shall include proper use, storage, handling, and disposal of the CNSP and related supplies furnished.
That seems to be the same intent, so I have no problem with that. Renee or anybody else who's read this in detail, does that seem to be the same intent? Okay, we can include that with our motion.
I mean, I think that seems like a clear rewording, but I think if there's any feedback from our council on that one.
Okay.
Just to add to that, in the consultation, if we are changing the language, can we add that, potential physical properties of the compounded product, that it may settle upon standing or stuff like that?
That's handling, right? Technically?
Storage and
Handling?
proper
Handling?
use, storage and handling. I would be concerned about adding information because that makes a requirement for everyone to do 100% of the time. Just like, tablet and descriptions, once we add it, it's for everybody all the time.
I think handling covers that.
I think
hope
it
so.
would, yeah.
Okay.
Handling.
Okay. Any other comments regarding non-sterile? President O, it's 12:20, and I don't know what your impression
Forgot
is
to
about Daryl.
We're still talking. I'm sorry. We were thinking about breaking at lunch at 1, but we could.
Okay.
No? Oh, okay. We'll just keep on going. We're gonna have to have a little late lunch, so we'll just move on. Go ahead, Maria.
Okay, moving on. Are we ready to move on to 4.6 regarding sterile compounding? There are two changes. The first, updating the definition of quality in section 1736G. The recommended change aligns with the definition of current law and the definition used in 1735. Clarification is also provided in 1736.4E to specify that compounding may be performed consistent with immediate use provisions in the event a compounding environment fails to meet the requirements. Members, I also want to note that the board continues to receive excuse me, I was just going to say this correctly. The board continues to receive a number of comments specifically related to compounding using active pharmaceutical ingredients on the FDA Category 1 interim bulks list. I think it's important to remind everyone that board regulations do not ban, do not prohibit, and do not limit these substances. The board's proposed regulation provides a pathway that navigates federal law and federal guidance related to the use of bulk substances and in sanitary conditions. It also has USP requirements related to bulk substances. This is a complex area, and often licensees find this confusing and have continued to ask the board for direction. The board's proposed regulation in this area reiterate federal law, guidance, and other provisions of USP to provide a path forward that provides access and patient safety. I just wanted to remind everyone about that because there are still comments that the board is adding information, and we are reiterating federal law, guidance, and the provisions of USP. As a quick reminder, because federal requirements are quite complex and not easily understood, we have received presentations on this topic in January 2023 and again in November 2024. The board's presentations were live streamed and the videos are available on the board's website. Members, do you have any questions or comments on sterile compounding provisions?
Just announcing we're probably going to take lunch at 1 p.m. everyone. It's 12:23 now, so we'll take lunch at 1. So, but I have comments, but I'm not going to go first again.
I can jump in, Sung, and I apologize. I was not here for the last meeting. I had to evacuate, so I missed a lot of discussion. So I apologize if this is already touched upon. But Maria, to your point about creating a pathway, I'm not a compounder, and we still seem to be getting a lot of concerns that it's very expensive. So even if we had the intention to create a pathway, we have not created something that's feasible. Can anyone speak to the feasibility of what we're asking for? And particularly since there's just a few drugs, and we may not know the answer today, but since there's a few drugs in particular that the public is concerned about, can we find out if those stability tests, that information that we're asking for is available, that they don't have to pay to get it? And I guess where my concern stems from is, are people going to get it anyway? Is this the same sort of thing that when you ban abortions, people still get abortions, they just don't get safe abortions? So I don't want us to unintentionally create a worse safety issue by trying to be safe if people will then get it in a roundabout way that makes it less safe, if that makes sense. So I'd love to understand. I know what our intention was to create the pathway, but did we do it in a way that is actually feasible? And what does that look like?
So that's a really excellent question, because I think that we need to be clear that the intent of the language that was added here is to reiterate federal law, federal guidance, and USP standards that are applicable in this area. The board has continued to talk about those are the requirements of federal law and USP. We put it down to assist people because we've had comments and questions from pharmacists that compound that they were unfamiliar with how to do this and what are the exact steps. And so that's the first part. The second part is nothing in here says that each and every pharmacy needs to test all of these things for each and every compound. Many of the stability studies are available either by the manufacturer, by pharmaceutical organizations, associations, and there is actually information that they share with their members regarding their stability study. So you don't need to repeat those. You just need to have access to that and that be accessible when there's a question asking about supporting your BUD. If someone decides to compound something in a different format, a different formulation than those studies were done, that decision needs to be justified by having stability studies. And if the pharmaceutical company or organization can do that study for everyone, that's great. But if it's not done, then the specific pharmacy that makes that choice to do something different than is suggested by others that compound in that area, they need to take those steps. Several months ago, I asked board staff to investigate how much some of these studies were, and depending on the number of doses, those that actually create a large volume of these products, the cost per dose is spread out throughout the many doses. And I don't want to put what the numbers are now because I don't remember what they were, but I was kind of surprised that those organizations that make large numbers, the amount is not significant per patient or per dose. If you're only doing it for one patient, certainly the cost would be borne by that one patient. But again, that's for those pharmacies that decide to not follow either the manufacturer, the suppliers, the pharmaceutical organizations, associations that have done these studies for them. If they follow those formulations, then there's no need to do any additional studies in some specific areas. And I was going to look for that information in the regulation, but I think that we tried to make that more clear to state that that's not required by each and every pharmacy for each and every prescription. Hope that helps.
It did. I was wondering, would it be possible, because there's at least two drugs and maybe a third that keep getting referenced, is the glutathione and the methylcobalamin. Do we know, or can we find out, like, if these studies are pretty readily available for those two particular products? Because I think those are the two that the public keep referencing. And I think it would be a lot easier if we know they're not going to have to go, one of the letters that was sent in, they sent us an example that it would cost $40,000 to do this testing, which obviously would be extremely detrimental to pharmacies and places that do this, unless they were doing it on a very large scale, as you say. So I'd love to know if those exist. The other point that I will make, though, is that particularly in the chronic illness community, you often, and this is where you can answer a question for me, you often have to take things in non-standard doses. We often find people are extremely sensitive to medications. That actually happened to me. Like, I have to take like the tiniest doses of things that I could take at normal doses before I was sick now affect me in a completely different way. We don't know why that is, but it's a pretty common thing that happens. So would you have to, as a pharmacy, do the testing if you were going to give someone, like, say, a much smaller dose than the standard dose that was calculated? Would that be something that you would have to? Or if you're just doing like a diluted dose, would the studies that exist already work? And I apologize, I'm not a compounder, so I know some of these are kind of simple questions.
I'm looking for some of the information about cost. But again,
I just want to answer the one comment about, the dose.
Mhm.
So it's really the the concentration that you would be making for your dose, the volume of that concentration that would equal your dose. That's not going to be different. As long as you still you still compound using the master formula that you have the data for, and you use the same container closure system. So which includes, a bottle, a syringe, the cap, anything that's going to be in contact with the drug. So I think that would be the difference. That's certainly very common in pediatrics that I'm familiar with.
Got it. Thank you.
And I did want to add too that that cost, that is for the one-time development of a stability indicating method. Let's say there wasn't one available for your formulation. So once you do that one time, then you have it. So the only time you would need to change it is if you change your formulation. Let's say you want to add another ingredient or preservative or something, or you want to enclose it in something else, in which case my understanding, and I haven't done it myself, but is that you could take still your formulation, but they would just do some force degradation studies or, timing studies on that. So I think there's a change there, but otherwise those are like a one-time if you want to make something. So it's also, it exists, right? So if you make your formulation and you have your container closure, then that exists, and that will be reliable for somebody else to use as a reference.
But just so I'm understanding correctly, but if say your standard formulation was, just making up a number, 200 milligrams per ml, and you needed to make a formulation that was 50 milligrams per ml for someone, because if you're trying to do like, say, 1/10 of a dose, when you're looking at an injectable, you can't realistically draw up that amount. It has to be within like a range that can be drawn up. You would probably have to make it. So in that case, you would have to test both of those, the 50 milligrams per ml and the 200.
Sometimes people do bracketed studies, right? So you might preempt that during your study to say, you want to have a couple different concentrations. I can't go into the detail. I don't know the details of that, but you can do that. But yes, if at some point, if you were going to consistently make that concentration, then you probably would or should do that stability study. And I'm going to say that possibly there could be some other reference that they have about that. If it's not that unique, or at times you can also provide the patient, say yourself, with the concentration that's too high for you. But if you're self-administering, then to draw a smaller volume. And, you can use a very small, well, again, depends on the route of administration, but you can use a very small, like we use insulin syringes for very small, even insulin infusions for preemies. I mean, it's very difficult to administer sometimes. So, so there's also that option available, very, very small doses in very small syringes. If it's needed.
Thank you. Yeah.
So Nicole, I can answer some of your questions about cost.
Yes, thank you.
Do you want to finish your comments, or?
No, I was just going to ask if someone, be it, I don't know if it's board staff or who's the right person, can find out what exists for the studies specifically for glutathione and methylcobalamin. Not for today, obviously, but for.
So back in September of 2024, excuse me, a national company that does different kinds of tests, they were asked a few questions. The first question was about API testing per lot number, which includes all the elemental impurities, endotoxins, and residual solvents. The company responded, I'm going through my email here real quick, and says that glutathione for each 250 milligram vial, which is unlikely because typically you would make more than one vial at a time, would be for the lot-specific testing for impurities and endotoxins, $16.10 per vial. Methylcobalamin has a cost per vial, if you made one vial per batch, of $8.06 per vial. So that's the API looking for insanitary contaminations, looking for mercury, looking for endotoxins, and all those things that could be in chemicals that are not pharmaceutical grade. The other question you asked was about the stability studies. And so I asked that. And the stability studies, this is what the response was. Most studies are a one-time $5,000 to $10,000 fee. However, all of the drugs we have been talking about have studies out in the marketplace. So the pharmacy would not need to do their own stability study if they followed the available studies. So that kind of goes back to the information that drug companies, suppliers, pharmaceutical organizations, especially those organizations and associations that support compounding, do these studies, and for members provide that information. Let's see. And again, she repeats that it's FDA that determines what is allowed and USP that tells you how to compound. And that's something that we've talked about before. So these are reiterating federal requirements and USP requirements. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you.
Open.
Yeah, I have quite a few comments actually, so enough so that I had to write it down, so.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak directly to some of the comments the board has received during numerous public discussions and written comments, specifically related to the suggestions that the board is banning access to some compounded products like glutathione and methylcobalamin. I realize that my comments today may be used against me as something other than my true opinion, but I want to make my comments clear that I remain absolutely committed to the protection of California consumers, including firefighters. I feel compelled to share a little bit of personal background. I was a 35-year firefighter in Southern California. I'm a fierce advocate for firefighter cancer prevention. I sat with my father when he died of occupational brain cancer after serving the city of Long Beach for many years. I went to school to go to the academy 6 months after he passed away. I refused to let his death go in vain. I dedicated the last 10 years of my life to firefighter cancer prevention. January was Cancer Prevention Month for the world. Actually, it's the International Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. I happened to write that resolution that was passed at the International Association of Firefighters in 2018. I proudly serve on the governing board for a FEMA-funded firefighter cancer cohort study, which is a 10,000-member study that they follow for 30 years. I also am participant in the California Firefighter Cancer Prevention Program that was created by CPF for community engaged research to help firefighters and agencies understand the complex interplay of cancer causing chemicals in the firefighter. Under this program, the University of California awarded nearly $7 million last year for community engaged research to see what's going on and how can we lower the firefighter risk. Right now, firefighters have a 9% greater risk of obtaining a cancer diagnosis and a 14% greater risk of dying from cancer. I strongly encourage research on these items that we're talking about for the future. I reached out to a fellow firefighter that I worked with, a young captain full of fire, you know, and a very smart, engaged, passionate young man. He did some research on glutathione and he's trying to figure out how he could submit a grant, you know, who's the right researcher. And he had real questions about the ability to obtain the medications to study. And then he was concerned about if the formulation changed, how could he possibly afford with a, you know, with a research grant to do those studies that he gave me numbers that were extremely more expensive than what you just reported. And he didn't think that he could even do the study. And for me, research is where it's at. You know, if we can show a clear line between research that's peer reviewed and published, peer reviewed is so key, and really focused on one thing rather than a multitude of things that may lower certain markers in your blood or urine. So I guess the question that I had, is there an opportunity to include an exemption for an IRB approved research project utilizing glutathione or something else to allow for changes in the formulation or recipe so that they can find out what the most effective treatment is, rather than you got a size 6 shoe, and if you don't have a size 6 shoe, it's not going to fit, right? So do they have the opportunity of testing possibly different formulations or what have you during research to allow for finding out what works the best so that we can move forward with hopefully creating the value to where 503As can, you know, see the value and actually produce this stuff? Because right now, apparently since 2020, it's been very difficult to obtain these medications. And I thought if I, you know, maybe I should just stop right there and let somebody respond. Is there an opportunity to include an exemption for an IRB approved research project to change the formulation in some way? Is there verbiage that we could use so that we could do some science?
Research and changing formulations, changing dosage forms is very common in clinical drug studies. The FDA regulates clinical drug studies, how they're approved, how patients are given informed consent, how they're set up. The FDA has very specific guidance on that. That's not something that the board does. And at this point, all we are doing is reiterating federal law, federal guidance, and USP requirements. In setting up a clinical drug study, the FDA reviews that information for the larger studies. Typically, local IRBs will defer to the FDA or to manufacturers who provide the preliminary studies before they actually go to patients. And so that's not something that is the purview of the board. Now, certainly we could write a policy statement, perhaps, or talk about what the board wants to encourage, but there is no way that we can say that federal law is not applicable. Unfortunately, that's not within the statutory authority of the board to not follow federal law or USP guidelines.
Is it risky to say maybe having the opinion of an inspector? Like, isn't there a discretion? Isn't there a discretionary piece to what we're going to inspect, or is that actually overstepping by saying that?
And maybe you can respond to that because the inspectors do look at the full broad picture. They don't necessarily look just at state regulation, but Anne could probably talk more to what the inspectors do.
So a few things, if that's okay. So if I'm understanding correctly your comments, your concern is that there's the potential that the board regulation would make it difficult to perform research under the purview of an IRB kind of thing. Yep. So with people's grace, if you wouldn't mind giving me a little bit of time to research whether or not the compounding regulations would apply in that kind of an environment. So maybe during the lunch break, I'll see what, Google tells me. Generally, in inspections, right, we are assessing the operations of the facility. And it's, it depends on what you see when you go in as to, where you may go in terms of an inspection, right? And what, maybe what you're finding, sometimes it's part of it is the history of the location. So it's all in there. If I'm understanding again a little bit, and sorry if I'm, correct me where I'm wrong, all over the place here. But some of what you're suggesting is conveying that it's the board's policy to be encouraging research in this area and exercising, if necessary, some, what would the FDA call this? Like enforcement discretion-y kinds of things. I don't know what the right terms would be, but you're conveying, that it is the board's intent to support that kind of thing and to where public safety is not at risk, focus on education or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think that just to add one thing, I think you mentioned IRB approved, and I think that many people are not familiar with that term. And I think that was excellent that you brought that up, because clinical drug studies are not just good ideas or independent. They're clinical drug studies that have patient consent and are scientifically valid are either reviewed by the FDA or local IRBs to assure that everything is everything is done in accordance with the federal guidance for patient safety, that it's not experimentation, it's actually a clinical evaluation, all of those things. And that's what's important to also include is some validity that's done by an outside resource.
I also want to add, because I do have experience with that. So I work at a pediatric teaching hospital with research. So we do compound investigational drugs. And every study has gone through the IRB. So there's no study that's that we participate in that is not reviewed and approved by the IRB. And then the second thing is I will tell you that all of those studies, they require documentation. So the monitors come frequently for each of the studies. And one of the things that they require is all of the documentation for the sterile compounding areas. They want it to meet because there's a USP document for that, 1168, compounding for phase 1 investigational studies. And it's within that document is applicable 1.3 applicable regulatory requirements include this chapter references basically USP 795 for non-sterile and 797 for sterile and 800 for hazardous. And so they do require those. And so we will, and every monitor, every study is different. That's how frequently they want that information, but they usually will document one time our policies. And then they want to see our like environmental testing reports and things like that, our quality reports, to show continued quality, environment for their product.
Yeah,
So-
understood. I was just wondering about, because an individual that may be doing an IRB approved research piece, if they had to check their formula every time they're just changing the buffer and the nebulized medication, it might cost them out of really being able to find out what works best.
Keep in mind, an investigational protocol is very specific. Any changes to the protocol require changes to the informed consent and reapproval by all the bodies. So you can't just change the formulation or the concentration or those kinds of things in making an investigational drug. I also have experience with investigational drugs starting, more than 20 years ago and worked with Pediatric Oncology Group, the NIH and NCI for oncology studies, and also pharmaceutical studies. Those protocols are extremely specific and vetted. Any change invalidates the study and requires a new study or an addendum to the study. So it's not that simple. You can't just say, okay, now I'm going to do something else. It would be a new study requiring all new setup and testing and approvals. So that's what makes a clinically investigational clinical study different than a experimentation at a local level. So I think that that's something that's really important to know too, is that you may want to have options. So instead of
Have a range.
so you have a
Perhaps
range,
on-
well, you would have, like different groups, group one, group two, you can randomize them. Some of them are not randomized, but you would have like 4 or 5 dosing options. And all that would be completely vetted and done at the same time. You can't in the middle of study change gears and change to a new formulation.
But you'd still have
It
to
is
pay
very-
for those studies for impurities and what have you for each one of those.
I'm sure if they got the FDA involved or the IRB, they would ask for some information, because I know that when they come to the pharmacy, again, I worked in acute care, and I know that they do some investigational studies at ambulatory pharmacies. The clinical drug monitor is a full-time person who comes and spends the day at the pharmacy looking at your storage, your temperatures, who's doing it. It's a lot of evaluation at each and every pharmacy by the clinical drug monitor. And it's not just one time, it's ongoing. And then periodically, you get the pleasure of having the FDA come and do validation surveys. So they check the study. And so I've been involved with a couple of those too, where the study has not been sponsored by the FDA, but they come later to check to make sure that the study monitors, the drug company, the Pediatric Oncology Group, the National Cancer Institute, those kinds of organizations are following their rules too. So there's oversight. I don't know, Renee, if you've had a validation study on an investigation. I'm sure you have. Renee, just to remind everybody, is from Stanford University, the Children's Pediatric Hospital. They do a lot of investigational drug studies.
Yeah, I think it's needed. Yeah, I think it can help validate what a lot of people are saying, as well as create maybe more value to have more product available in the future. I really feel like there needs to be a balance between public safety and accessibility for these compounds. There's hundreds, if not thousands of people using these compounded medications across the state. And having that research that's peer reviewed would really hopefully create a path for having pharmacies or 503As see the value in producing this to make it more available. Because right now how available are these medications? Can you get glutathione in nebulized? And I was asking her.
Go ahead and answer.
There's no requirement for pharmacies to report that, but the FDA does have a products list where you can search by outsourcers and look at the products that they produce. And I've done searches, and I don't know if it's every possible type, but when I search glutathione and methylcobalamin, I do find results from various outsourcing facilities.
I think one of the challenges that we need to send out to the community is not the product themselves, not the chemicals themselves, but the source of the chemicals, because we're worried about contamination, impurities, endotoxins. If a manufacturer would make pharmaceutical grade glutathione and methylcobalamin, a lot of the unit or the lot specific testing would go away. It's because it's a chemical that we're requiring all this additional testing to protect the patient. It's not that the drug is not valid or not appropriate or in question. It's the source of the drug. Getting the drug from China or from India or from Thailand, where chemicals come, have been found to be, many chemicals have been found to have endotoxins. And so we just want to make sure that the pharmacy that's compounding is doing it with a clean chemical to start. That's a lot of the testing.
Appreciate your help there. I feel as a board member, I listen to all the comments, as I'm sure everybody on this board does. I believe that we care enough to act on the comments that we're hearing, which is why maybe it's taken years to get this thing going, because there's been so many iterations and changes and additions. We're trying to do the right thing, and to think that we are blindly walking into this to eliminate certain things that can protect members of the community. It's just not factual. USP 797 and FDA requirements, they are less stringent than our current policy, not the one that we're talking about implementing the new policy, but the current California standard is already more stringent than 797 and FDA. Is that correct?
It depends on what area. In this area,
I guess that's broad.
in this area for API, I would say that's not true. In other areas of sterile compounding, current pharmacy regulation are more stringent than USP.
There's tons of people out there that are, not just firefighters, but MECFS and long COVID. And I really, as a leader in firefighter cancer prevention, I would like California to be leading the way in assisting with the research, hopefully, and in creating a path so that folks can get appropriate treatment to help them reduce the cancer rates. Because for me, compounding, really, it's almost a one-size-fits-all. That's the way and I'm a fireman. I'm not obviously a pharmacist or a compounder or a doctor or a chemist. But my idea was, I have a 30-year-old son with multiple disabilities, and he can't take all the medications in the way that they're normally prescribed. That one-off, that's a compound. That's a change to it. I couldn't afford to pay an exorbitant amount of money because my son needs a syrup instead of a pill, if that's what the thing is, And so I'm just hoping that we can do the right thing. And if whatever is occurred 5 years ago or more, maybe that's not the correct way to identify it. I just want to ensure that we have the ability of allowing people to get the medications that they need when they need it from a small mom and pop rather than an outsourcing facility. Do we have a lot of 503As in the state? Do we have any?
There are some.
I mean, has the numbers gone down in the last 5 years? I tried looking it up online, and it shows over 1,000 results, but it shows everything from canceled to clear to, it really wasn't helpful for me. I was just curious.
Yeah, so I think when we say 503A pharmacy, that's just the 503A is just the ability, that's the legal authority to compound something. So any pharmacy can compound as long as they meet the requirements of the law. So if we're talking specific to those that are compounding sterile products, if that's kind of where you're most interested in, if you give me some grace, I will try to get you some numbers. We do report it out. But I would also say that there have been some pharmacies that with the advent of outsourcing facilities that did not exist until, 5, 7, 10 years ago, whatever it is, there were some pharmacies that made business decisions to transition their business models to outsourcing facilities. So they're no longer licensed with the board or, whomever as a pharmacy because they now operate as an outsourcing facility and are licensed and regulated that way. If
And
that
that's a
makes sense.
503B, right?
That's the authority, yes. But
And-
they're licensed as an outsourcing facility in California and registered with the FDA.
Would a 503B be able to do a one-off like that? They still can. I don't know. I'm a fireman.
So they can do patient specific, yes.
As long as they meet the criteria that's set forth in FDA, USP, and California.
So they follow current good manufacturing practices, which is a different process.
It's more stringent for the,
They're more like they're manufacturer.
yeah,
That's not helpful.
they have the
So they-
FDA process is more stringent. But I just wanted to clarify for you, because I think that you did talk a little bit about non-sterile formulations of tablets and capsules and those kinds of things. Very different than sterile, first of all, in that when we were making solutions and formulations from non-sterile top of like solutions or suspensions or those kinds of things. Typically, we use tablets and capsules that are FDA approved and change the formulation to a suspension or to something that's more easily obtained. In sterile compounding, the vast majority of sterile compounding happen with FDA-approved drugs. We're taking powdered ampicillin or other kinds of antibiotics or other kinds of drugs and changing the formulation into an IV product, into an infusion, into those kinds of things. That's the vast majority of sterile compounding. The very small amount is taking non-sterile drugs and making them sterile. There's a lot of steps on how to do that. The next one that's even smaller is taking chemicals that are not drugs and making them into sterile products for administration. That's the most risky, and that's why we have to test each and every lot number, because they're chemicals not for human use as a sterile product. They may be for use for oral, or maybe you can make a cream. But you can't take necessarily a powder that was made to be ingested orally and put it into your veins without going through some steps to make sure that it's clean, free of endotoxins and impurities. That's a really small number compared to the large number of sterile compounding that we're talking about. Unfortunately, this meeting has spent all of our time talking about a small amount. But it is an important amount because we don't want those people and people that need that to feel left out. But in the meantime, everyone else is on pause, waiting for what we're going to do.
And clarity is, for me, so critical, certainly when it comes to the inspectors and possible punitive action against existing pharmacies. It's got to be very difficult, or we have to do whatever we can to ensure that a pharmacist that may have a question about, I was going to say something earlier when you were talking about it's kind of discretionary and maybe it should be in the SOPs. It's tough because somebody's going to want to see the letter of the law to see what do I follow and not follow.
Anne and Noreen, do stop me if I start to go beyond. In my role in the enforcement committee and on the board, I have seen disciplinary examples. Typically in this environment, the first step is that someone either reports or a board inspector sees a concern. Then there's a discussion. Part of that discussion is education and training and allowing the pharmacy, depending upon how severe the issue is, to change their processes, to make corrections, to seek more information. So there isn't, depending on the severity of the issue, there is we don't just jump to giving everybody, attorney general information, a complete disciplinary process. The ones that we have seen have, that I most specifically remember are those where the pharmacy disagrees with the board or the federal government. Sometimes the FDA is also involved with the investigation because they disagree with the FDA's. And there's a 483, which is a form where the FDA also says that there's problems in that pharmacy. And it's when it gets to that point where there are, no, I'm not going to do that. No, you're wrong. We're doing just fine. That's when things get more pronounced in the disciplinary process. A lot of the examples are because our pharmacists are really good people. They want to do the right thing.
If they
want to help patients. And if they don't know, they ask questions. And during the inspections, there's dialogue and there's an education. And I think that's probably where I should stop.
Also, I think what's been mentioned before is this is complex. So these regulations don't state all of the requirements because some are federal. So there's been mention of some of these, essentially a copy, the 503A carve out, the 503B, the definitions, the allowances for, and then there's, multiple USP documents as well. So the actual USP documents, a lot of what we're saying is in USP 797 or in 795. So if you don't have a copy of that, then then you're missing like like, I'd say 90% of what you're supposed to be doing. It's in there, right? So I think it's, without looking at it side by side, then I think it doesn't, you like, where do regulations, if we're saying something's required, but it's like, well, it's because it's in USP, right?
Gotcha.
So there's a lot in that document that we're talking about here. And then I just wanted to add too that USP has monographs which define some compounding. So if you follow exactly what they have, then you can utilize their beyond use states and stuff. I mean, that's for non-sterile. I mean, we use that extensively.
Okay.
Well, I feel like that annoying broadcaster cuts off in the middle of fascinating interview because, we have
Can I
to.
just finish with one more thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Literally,
'cause we
I
got no-
understand it's lunch and nobody wants lunch more than me. But as my 30-year-old son, with special needs, multiple disabilities, for the firefighters that are listening in there, there's research going on right now that say some of the exposures can actually lead to a higher propensity for having children diagnosed with certain special needs. So one more reason to do the right thing, wear your mask, do wash downs, all those things to protect yourselves, because it's not just getting cancer and dying. You could be passing those exposures on to your unborn children. That's it. Now, take it away.
Thank you. We're about to go to commercial break here in this beautiful room. So it is 1:06. We'll take a lunch break. We'll just come back. Let's just come back at 2. So we'll come back at 2 and we'll see you all back. Thanks for this great discussion, everyone. We'll continue on.
That was helpful.
The bearer of bad news, but it is 2 o'clock. So we're ready to get back. Just gonna take a quick roll call. Are we good to go? Moderator?
I didn't hear the.
Moderator? David?
This is the moderator. Yes, we are ready.
Okay. All right. We'll take quick roll call. Jesse?
Present.
Thank you, Jesse. Trevor?
Present.
Thank you, Trevor. Renee?
Present.
Thank you, Renee. Indira is not here. Jeff?
Here.
Thank you, Jeff. KK?
Present.
Thank you, KK. Jay?
Present.
Thank you, Jay. Satinder?
Present.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria?
Present.
Thank you, Maria. Nicole?
Present.
Thank you, Nicole. And I'm here. All right. We'll start back up to the discussion. Maria?
I wasn't sure if Jeff had finished his comments, but because I wanted to add to, okay. During the,
More to come.
yeah, during the lunch break, I considered what Jeff had stated, and I thought that potentially could be an unintended consequence if people were not comfortable or felt they had any direction on what kind of stability information they could use during a clinical drug trial. So I'm suggesting potentially adding additional language to I. And so that's, I don't have it now, 1736.9, I believe.
Well,
Is that the right one? In I, where it says assign a beyond use date supported by stability data obtained using stability indicating analytical methods consistent with the provisions in USP 797, section 14.4.3. The concern is those data may not be uniformly available for things that are under study. And because of that, they would not be able to rely upon a published study, a study that's given out by an organization or an association, and that could potentially create difficulty in clinical drug studies. So see what you think about this words. I just kind of threw something together during the lunch that I think would help to meet that need. So in addition to that, so after section 14.4.3, add the words "or stability information for a patient enrolled in a clinical trial that is approved by a U.S. Department of Health and Human Services registered investigational review board, or IRB. So IRBs are registered by the Department of HHS.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good. If it meets the criteria legal, that's something that we can.
Well, see, so I could not have a discussion outside of the meeting, so I did not run this past Noreen. So this is the first time she's hearing this. But we can certainly take that on as, if that's the board's intent and policy, Noreen would certainly be able to make word changes. As long as that's our policy and our intent.
You're asking whether or not making a modification to that section is permissible? Is that what you're asking?
I think it's that is the language of the proposed exception for the research, is it worded appropriately? And I think it would be going into 1736.9 little e to capital A, I.
Right, I found that section. I just was not fast enough writing down.
I'll read the whole thing, and that way Anne can have it. And then when we get at the very end, Anne's going to be summarizing our changes. So I would suggest it say assigned a beyond use date supported by stability data obtained using stability indicating analytical methods consistent with the provisions of USP 797, section 14.4.3, adding the words "or stability information for a patient enrolled in a clinical trial that is approved by a U.S. Department of Health and Human Services registered investigational review board." And I hope that assists with the potential gap in limiting research, because that certainly is not our intent. Okay, we were in the middle of comments regarding 1736 sterile compounding. Any other comments? Send it to you. Awfully quiet. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to send this language so that we have it correct to the people that are taking the minutes.
Are we doing the 1736,
Yes.
Maria? Okay, all right.
Speak up for, no, not forever hold your peace. We have lots of times to have peace.
I know. All right.
1736 sterile compound.
So if we're done, I'm going to say, we changed it in the non-sterile compounding, so it's 1736 1
It's not,
G.
it's not, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
G.
The consultation thing.
So we may want to make it consistent as we did the language that she proposed.
Is that also in 1736?
Yes,
Mhm.
and hazardous.
It's
Okay.
1G.
So I think we talked about a lot of these things already. So stability, that is very helpful. Just so to make it clear, I am bringing things up because not that I personally is questioning it or that I'm not understanding it. I just want it to be clear for the record that I want us to have it talked about. So I just need to make that clear. And then about the stability data, is there a way for us to make it more clear that what we discussed is actually in the text, that they can use someone else's studies and all that? Because, you know, the comments that are raised, I just want to make sure that those are something that we are considering for the purposes. And I know that board staff responses are great, but I want us to make sure that for the record that we talked about it. So is that clear, or is there a way for us to clarify, like some are in-house, some are okay to use someone else's study? So that's one point.
Can I talk to that?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So I just want to say that in the requirement, so I think when we're talking about just category 3, so non-sterile to sterile, that the USP document, let me see, let me find mine. In terms of stability requirements for category 3 CSPs, okay, there's multiple bullet points, but it says the compounding facility, I think this is relevant to what you're saying. Because again, like our regulations, are combined with USP, right? So USP is, the compounding facility must have documentation of the stability study, including a description of the methodology, e.g. number of samples taken, storage conditions, validation of the method, the stability indicating analytical method, and all of the results of the study. So, so that's, you have to have that. So as long as you have that, like whether you initiated the study or you got it, then you're like fulfilling that part. I mean, I don't know anybody speak up, but to me, right, you have to meet that in category 3 for USP.
Yeah, I think, Sung, we could add something to specifically call that out, but there are so many other things in there. Like if you look at cleaning components, it talks about the documentation of cleaning products. And we don't specifically talk about that in our regulations because USP talks about how you make sure that you're using the correct and approved products. You just don't go down to Target and pick something up. It has to be something that's been tested and adequate for the environment. So we don't actually call that out that way because USP already speaks to that.
Okay. But that's category 3, right, Renee? Okay. One more thing. I know that this was discussed, but there's constant comments about it, is immediate use. Just wanted to open up any thoughts on that for members or anyone here. Because I think the part of the comments that I want to make sure we address is the 48 hours after such failure, and that there were some comments about how that's the limitation. And I know Renee talked about this before, and I wanted to be clear that that's not, is that a hard stop we're putting? Or is that actually, there are more flexible remedies that a facility could have in their SOP that could remediate the situation. So it's not a 48 hours hard stop, but there's more flexibility. So that's probably for Anne and Maria and Renee. I'm curious.
So I guess to start with, our current regulation does not provide for any time. So anybody who's doing immediate use because of the failure of equipment or a facility is not meeting our current regulations. So we're adding some time to institute your downtime or your other procedures, or to fix the issue. Also, it's talking about 48 hours after remediation efforts. So let's say, example, you have something growing in your hood. This is, I think, the example that Renee gave, and maybe she should give it again. So I don't want to restate what Renee said. Maybe you could talk about that, Renee, and what the remediation efforts are.
Yeah, I just tried to find exactly which one is this again?
Section, yeah.
1736.1 B2, I believe.
Because I think we have it mentioned a couple places. 1.
After attempts to remediate pursuant to the facility's SOPs. So all that time has happened already too. So example was the
Wait, I'm still not there.
Looking
I'm
for
so
it.
sorry.
So no, it's okay.
36.1 B2, sorry.
I have paper.
So I think with the like remediation, so, you know, you have an SOP for your, let's say, out of compliance results or an issue. So you would follow that stepwise. It doesn't always mean, so let's, even if you have CFUs out of the range, really depends on where, how out of the range, like you have to specify. And so there's, you know, like what you would do stepwise. So it doesn't mean necessarily that you shut down right away unless you have that in your SOP or, you know, it's like something really egregious, right? So you are working on remediating, which is, you know, finding kind of a root cause, doing all that, but you still could possibly compound, maybe reduce down to a lower BUD, again, but defined by SOPs. I mean, I think this is what's addressing this after attempts to remediate. So you don't just necessarily have to shut everything down. I think the question was more like for equipment, right? I think it was the equipment, which is in another section.
It's the same section, but I just wanted to say that our current regulations have no such provisions. So if you're unable to remediate and you need to go out and get a vendor or do something that takes a lot more effort, you have in most facilities 48 hours, or unless you're a critical access, you have 120 hours. Whereas there are no such provisions now. You would have to stop compounding. In this situation, you could use immediate use provisions without the requirements of immediate use provisions for 48 hours. So it's gives more flexibility to the facility if they cannot remediate the problem. They have additional flexibility to continue serving patients.
Okay. Okay. That's it for me.
Okay, any other questions about 1736 sterile? The next article is hazardous drugs, which is 1737. You will note.
Sorry, Maria, I think I'll just add one comment. I don't really have any notes about changes or anything, but just circling back to the conversation we started having regarding the category 1 bulk substances. I think I'm glad we had a discussion about the research and kind of methods there, but I think part of the problem that we keep hearing over and over again is that a lot of the facilities providing these products are smaller. A lot of them are clinics, and so they may not have the capacity financially, or they may not be doing enough of these products cost effectively to be able to afford some of these things. So I'm glad we're having like further discussion, but I'm not sure if it addresses some of the financial concerns for some of these products availability with the small facilities and clinicians who are preparing them. I just wanted to make sure that I have that clear, that's the impression that I get based on some of the public comment, and I want to make sure that a lot of the commenters feel like they're heard in that way. I don't really know the best resolution for that, but I do think that the language does provide a clearer path forward, and I'm hoping that we can get to a place where we have where we can make it as accessible as possible for the people who are providing it using good ingredients.
Thank you. 1737 is hazardous drugs. You will note again a number of non-substantive changes that I will not be reviewing, but a good example to show you is in section 1737, where the proposed text is removing redundant language. The most significant change in this article related to hazardous drugs is in 1737.5, where it is recommended that the board remove language regarding or relating to the use of a pass-through into unclassified space. I would like to thank the commenters who advised the board that the upcoming proposed changes to building code there is a meeting coming up that is potentially changing building code in this area. And as a result, I'm comfortable removing this language, understanding that this code is being reevaluated by the building commission. You'll also note that clarification to language considering the use of wipe sampling in 1737.6 is also recommended to clarify. Lastly, you will note in section 1737.7, a recommendation to remove some of the provisions related to gloves. Again, this is removed based on comments received in sections A and B. Further review of the provisions already cover this issue. You will note that the board also received a request to change the provisions in C. However, we're not recommending any changes to C. I found that the research cited by staff, that's in the grid of responses, was helpful and consistent with the information that has been provided and released by USP. If you have any questions about what USP and that study that talks about gloves in that situation, please review the detailed response, which includes a footnote to the study. Members, do you have any recommended changes on hazardous drugs? Trevor?
I just wanted to say thank you both for incorporating the robust feedback we had last time, especially about gloves. I think it is just a testament to the transparency and the work that's been being done. So just wanted to point that out and say thank you.
Thank you. Sung.
Surprisingly, I don't have comment.
Oh my.
Other than to thank, again, like Trevor, that I am just happy that with the removal of the pass-through as well as the gloves.
Great.
But I wasn't going to say that, but now that you said that, I'm going to say that. Just.
I always have to give our president a chance. Any other members have comments regarding hazardous substances? Otherwise, we're getting close to the end here for our part of the explanation of the changes. In Article 4.8, radiopharmaceuticals, there are very few comments received. The only substantive change in this article is in section 1738C, with a recommendation to clarify that the PAC may also serve as the designated person. This recommendation is in line with changes made in other articles during the previous comment period. Members, any questions regarding radiopharmaceuticals? Oh, yes. Oh. I thank everyone for your patience as I walk through the proposed changes to each of these articles. I know we have highlighted a few, I think it's 3 suggested changes, but I know that we'll be discussing that in the next few minutes. President O, I turn the meeting back to you. I am prepared to offer a motion if you believe such action is appropriate.
Okay, Maria. Thanks, Maria. Renee, do you have any comments to add?
No.
Okay. So there's a motion on the table?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm
Would you like
prepared to
make a
offer a motion. So someone just changed the slide back. The motion is as you see on the slide, accept the board staff recommended responses to comments received during the 15-day comment period as presented. Approve the recommended third modified text as directed by the board following our discussion today for a 15-day comment period. Additionally, should additional comments be received during the comment period, delegate to member Serpa and Barker the authority to review comments with staff to offer recommendations to the board for consideration at a future meeting. So just to clarify, the third modified text will include the 3 areas that is directed by the board regarding consultation, regarding investigational drugs. Was there a 4th? Just the 3.
And then just the non-sub change.
Oh, yeah, and then additional non-sub changes that we identified during our discussion, consistent with our discussion.
Thank you, Maria. Do we have second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Renee. Okay, and then any member comments? Go ahead, Trevor.
I just want to say thank you to members Barca and Serpa for including an additional 15-day comment period. I know this has been a extremely robust debate and conversation about this, and I think that we can only benefit from this additional comment period as we look to wrap this up. So just wanted to say thank you for extending that one more time.
Thank you, Trevor. I also want to say for the record that, all the discussions that I'm adding on is not that I personally am questioning the decisions. They're well explained in the staff comments, but I just want to make it clear that we actually discussed it at the board level as among the members. So I just want that to be very clear. I'm not questioning the text. I just wanted to highlight that we discussed it and that some of the questions that were brought up in the comments, we even talked about that. And in an effort to be transparent and all the comments that a lot of stakeholders brought up, I just wanted to make sure that their voices were heard and that we are really considering all the comments that are received, which we truly appreciate. A lot of comments. Any other member comments before we go for public comment?
Just a quick question, sorry.
Thank you, Nicole. Go ahead.
There was some noise here and I missed which motion we chose. Can you repeat what we ended up with for the motion?
Yeah, Maria, do you want to read one more time?
2 parts. Accept the board staff recommendation responses to comments received during the 15-day comment period as presented. Number 2, approve the recommended third modified text as directed by the board for a 15-day comment period. Additionally, should additional comments be received during the comment period, delegate to members Serpa and Barker the authority to review the comments with staff and offer a recommendation to the board for consideration at a future meeting.
And do you want to add what are the as directed by the board is, Anne or Maria, if for class?
Anne probably has the list, but I think there were 4 specific items as directed by the board.
So it's the changes in non-sterile, sterile, and hazardous related to consultation and the changing of the language suggested by Jesse, as well as in 1736.9 E2AI or A(i), specifically around the provisions for stability information for a patient enrolled in a clinical trial as described.
Thank you. Nicole, are you good?
Yes, thank you. I was confused by the language on the screen that it was one or the other.
Oh.
So that helped. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, Noreen?
Dr. I think there was a final part of that motion that the executive officer offered regarding making any technical non-substantive changes.
Thank you. Members? We'll have more time to talk after public comments. But okay, all right, we're ready for public comment. We're ready for public comment in person. We'll start with in-person public comment. Is the microphone on? Push, okay.
Thank you, members of the board. Mark Johnston with CVS Health. CVS Health does engage in non-sterile compounding. It's some very minimal things like mixing magic mouthwash, 2 creams together, etc. I did not read the new 1735-15 and its reference to 1735.1 as a restriction on the flavoring allowance only for pharmacies that perform no other compounding. But I believe I heard Maria say that today. So if I understand what Maria said, if we're doing magic mouthwash, we have to get a patient-specific prescription for each flavoring, meaning we would never flavor. Is that, can I see clarification?
Yeah, so the way that the language is structured in 1735.15, the provision for, adding the, not going back to the prescriber, the way that it's drafted, that would apply for any flavoring. Any prescription where you're adding flavoring, you don't need to go back and get that.
Yeah.
That was really poorly worded, so I apologize.
Okay, so I'm sorry to see clarification. So You can indeed file 1735.15, even if you're doing simple compounding, non-sterile like Magic Mouthwash and mixing two creams together. I see Maria shaking her head, so.
That's different. That wasn't your first request. Your request was about not obtaining a prescription from the prescriber. Ann answered that question. You do not need to, if this passes, do not need to get a clarifying prescription to solely add flavoring in any circumstance.
Okay, so 1735.15B applies regardless. But 1715A, which is basically the allowance to flavor and not follow USP 795, would not apply if you are also doing simple non-sterile compounding?
So if I can just, sorry, because I caused the problem. So I'm owning that I caused the problem. This is an opportunity to receive comments and then the board can consider them. And so I apologize because I jumped in. So I'm bad. I'm owning it. So I think this is an opportunity to accept comments and then the board can consider all of them at the end. So I apologize for doing wrong there.
This is the moderator. I have 32 seconds left on the clock.
Because I believe that's what I heard. So I'm trying to understand the correlation between I'm doing Magic Mouthwash and I can't flavor according to these flavoring allowances. I have to follow 795 in order to flavor. I mean, CBS is not going to flavor if that's the case. I don't understand why if we're doing Magic Mouthwash, we can't follow the allowance in 1735.15 as opposed to full-blown 795.
Thanks for the comments, Mark.
We'll respond at the end.
We'll have a discussion about that to clarify at the end. Yes. Thank you, Mark.
It's okay. Should we coach? No, you're right. That's I like that.
Good afternoon to the board and thank you. My name is Mike Wyman. I'm a retired fire chief officer. I live in Petaluma. It's clear that glutathione sterile compounding has emerged in California recently as a very powerful tool for the treatment of acute smoke exposure and also cancer prevention. Excuse me, cancer prevention. And this is really exciting for those in the fire industry. I recently spent a couple of days down in Los Angeles at a couple of pop-up clinics that were arranged for the firefighters and police officers down there who were fighting those fires. We had a lot of really tremendous gratitude from them on the part of the doctors who have donated their time and their money to bring this treatment for free to those people. But in speaking to the doctors, what I heard over and over was that the actions of this board over the last few years have, whether intentionally or not, obstructed or intimidated pharmacies to the point where the glutathione is almost completely unavailable to them. And in this way, it is harming firefighters. It is harming police officers, and that's disgraceful. I urge you guys to please stop and consider the facts that are on the ground in terms of not stopping a greater good while you're trying to prevent something that's a lesser hypothetical bad. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Cameron Dimitri. I'm with Hims and Hers, the Director of Government Affairs. Hims and Hers is a digital telehealth company that connects patients to licensed healthcare physicians and providers for telemedicine consultations and treatments across all 50 states. We want to start first by thanking the board and members for your receptivity to our concerns and for all the hard work that has gone into putting this together, this rulemaking package. You know, it's been a few years, so appreciate that. We align our comments with our trade associations, the Outsourcing Facilities Association, and the Alliance for Pharmacy Compounders, regarding their comments on the verification requirements in Section 1735.1E of the proposed regulations. Our e-prescriptions already include prescriber notations confirming the necessity of the compounded medication, alongside allergy information, quantity, refills, and administrative concerns. We seek clarity on whether labeling constitutes sufficient verification under the proposed regulation. I know this was discussed a little bit earlier today. If the board cannot provide clarification today, we would request an FAQ document addressing the compliance expectations, specifically request guidance on documentation requirements under essentially a copy provision. Examples of acceptable compliance practices would be really beneficial for our purposes. For example, the board could clarify that pharmacists meet the verification requirement when they confirm a prescriber's notation on the prescription or similar communication verifying a clinically significant difference, or add a corresponding notation to the patient file. We appreciate the board's attention to this matter and look forward to working collaboratively to ensure that clear and practical compliance standards are incorporated into this rulemaking. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for the comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Marie Kottman, owner of Pacific Compounding Pharmacy, a 503A designated full-service compounding-only pharmacy in Stockton. You've seen my many pages of recommendations previously, so my comments are going to be general in nature. As a compounding pharmacist, I continue to voice an unpopular view, and I urge you to reject Part 2 of the motion before you to approve the text dated 1/30/2025. Despite some positive changes that have come from this round of comments, there are still significant issues in the proposed rules, as is evident by your own very lengthy discussion today. Do not push forward a large set of rules that are only mostly okay. As we all dove into the nitty-gritty of proposed rules over the last several years, there's a behind-the-scenes issue that I have not seen addressed in the meetings that I have attended. Have you considered what the board will have to do when USP revises the compounding chapters again? And they will revise them, just as they did in 2020 and 2022. When they do, how will your additional requirements to the chapters hold up? Will they still be more specific, or will they fall short of the future USP requirements, resulting in additional conflicts? Since compliance with USP compounding chapters is already required, your licensees and stakeholders will be in the exact same position that we have been for the last 6 years, struggling with potentially conflicting rules and participating in a long, drawn-out, multi-year process to get our rules to be congruent with those future USP chapters. Let that sink in. To avoid this eventuality, I recommend that you modify the motion to simply repeal Section 1735 through 1735.8, Article 4.5, and Section 1751 through 1751.12 of Article 7.
10 seconds.
This will result in BPC 4126.8 to remain regulation without additional confusion. And unless you can demonstrate that USP in its original form is insufficient to protect the public, this modified motion will allow you to satisfy your mandate.
Thank you for the comment, Dr. Kottman. All right, Sacramento.
Hello. My name is Lucas Evanson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the California Medical Association. First, I'd like to thank Vice President Crowley for raising our concern during the discussion. CMA is deeply disappointed that the staff recommendation continues to reject CMA's proposed language, clarifying that the regulations do not apply to physicians. The regulations lack clarity and have the potential, as referenced by the Medical Board of California, to impact the physician standard of care. This lack of clarity could be read to impose pharmacist-centric requirements on physicians that are not feasible in medical offices, and as a result could adversely affect patient care in California. If the board believes the regulations only apply to their licensees, the board should have no objection to including language in existing current compounding regulations, section 1735, which clarify that the board was regulating compounding occurring in a licensed pharmacy by or under the supervision of a licensed pharmacist. This would also alleviate the burden of developing a list of other licensees, which the regulations would not apply to. Unfortunately, since the proposal does not include this clarification, CMA must continue to ask that the board reject the motion and instead would withdraw the rulemaking action. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Any other? Okay, we have one more coming up.
Hi, friends. I see you more than my own family. It's good to be back with you. Jackie Jorgensen, Volunteer Fire Foundation. Nicole, Jeff, and Jesse are asking critical questions around patient access, and I wanted to take a moment to clarify a couple of points for them. Most importantly, if you take one thing away from this meeting, please know that nebulized glutathione is not available to firefighters, no matter how many times you kind of look at each other internally and ask, like, so is it not? I'm here to tell you it is not. The firefighters in the room can tell you it's not. The firefighters, the 1,000 plus firefighters that we have served on the ground in the wake of the Eaton and Palisades fires, every one of them should have left our clinics with a prescription from a doctor. Our doctors could have legally written those prescriptions, and then they would go promptly into the trash can because they are useless. There is not a single 503A pharmacy anywhere in California or across state lines who will compound nebulized glutathione for California, not because it's not safe, not because it's not legal or allowable by the FDA, but because they fear retaliation from this board. Those are the facts. I've had those conversations with those pharmacists, point blank, ask them, what is holding you back? It's fear. So please, I urge you in the time that you have between now and the next meeting, talk to the pharmacists, talk to the firefighters. Don't ask each other, ask them, ask the ones who are affected because they are suffering. They are scared. They are telling us that this is their 9/11. They are telling us that they can feel in their bones that this is the fire that will kill them. And here we are telling them we have a solution for you, but you can't have it. I had other things to say, but honestly, I don't even know where to go from here. I urge you because I do believe in the goodness in all of you, and I believe in your mission. And I know that you do not want your legacy to be a path of dead firefighters. Please do the investigation. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
My name is Robert Molesworth, and I've been a firefighter in Sonoma County for over 20 years. August of 22, I was diagnosed with bladder cancer for the first time. 9 months after my first surgery, the cancer came back. And after 2 surgeries and several cystoscopies, if everyone had those, they're fun. I had the opportunity last year to start a 12-week compounded glutathione detox program with Wild Oak Medicine in Santa Rosa and sponsored by the Volunteer Fire Foundation. My labs were some of the highest they've ever seen. Heavy metals, PFAS, microplastics, and various toxic molds, just name a few, and the list was very long. These toxins definitely are those commonly found in the fire services. We don't ask what we're going to go into, we just do. Weekly glutathione treatments and taking 3 times the amount of supplements as those in the program, my numbers greatly reduced at the end of that 12-week program. I felt better, and as of January 15th, my last cystoscopy, my exam, my urologist said I have no longer any cancer. So it's a good thing. And so I'm cancer-free for the first time in 3 years. And I 100% believe that the positive diagnosis is from my experience with the compounded glutathione. Without this treatment, obviously things would be different. Banning this priceless resource for myself and other firefighters in the state and the country would be irresponsible and a disservice for those who have sacrificed so much for the people that we serve. We firefighters don't ask for much, but when we do, it means something. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Okay, Sacramento. Going once, going twice. We are ready to move to WebEx. WebEx, David.
All right, we are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand. And for our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... in order to find your hand. First, we are going to hear from Mike. Hold on just a second, Mike. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
David, sorry, this is Nicole. There's nothing on the screen where the directions usually are for people. I don't know if everyone else is seeing that, but my screen's blank.
Oh, we can see it here, Nicole.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's me. I don't know if the others can see it.
We'll just give it a little minute.
All right, we're going to send another request to Mike to unmute the microphone. You may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... in order to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hey, how's it going? Just calling in to support of the nebulized glutathione. I'm a firefighter in Southern California and actually received the treatment, and it was super helpful. I was assigned to the Eaton fire and saw the destruction and exposed to all the chemicals and hazards that are in the air and all the toxins that are in smoke and fire just in general. And with the gridlocking of the nutraceuticals being available to us and just the regular people in general, it's just super helpful to keep us healthy. And I would hope that all the bureaucracy and loopholes can get out of the way. That way we can get access to this and have this treatments available for myself and all of my fellow firefighters here and around the country, really. So I'd like to let that be known.
Thank you for the comment.
Next, we're going to hear from Keith Yoshizuka. Hold on just a second. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
3 comments. First, on behalf of the California Society of Health System Pharmacists, I want to thank the board and particularly Chair Serpa for all of the hard work done to finally bring this these regulations to hopefully some final version. CSHB has submitted comments, and I see that a lot of the comments were adopted. So thank you very much. Secondly, the next 2 are actually comments on my own. One is seeking clarification. When Chair Serpa mentioned IRB, I think she meant institutional review board, not investigational. So I wanted to make sure that got in the record. Last issue, I think this was late to rest, but I want to make sure President O's comments about a consultation and requested. Oh, geez, after 30 years, I thought we were over this. Consultation is mandatory, even if it's just letting the patient know that this is a compounded product that's not commercially available. We have folks out there that have been cited because somebody asked, would you like to speak to the pharmacist? So no, consultation is never offered. It can be declined, but not offered. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Sarah Johnson. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Thank you. The implication that the public doesn't understand these regulations and that only professionals with your expertise continues to dismiss the real implications of these rules. It disregards the lived experience of patient experts and fails to respect their insight. We understand the language, its impact, and its consequences. It's critical that you acknowledge this and adequately engage us as stakeholders. The public opposition has been overwhelming, and that seems to be underappreciated by this board. I want to thank Jeff Hughes.
Are you still with us?
Yes, his advocacy on behalf of the disabled for firefighters, first responders, residents, and survivors of urban wildland fires is crucial, especially as the need has only intensified during the ongoing fires in Los Angeles and across the state. His comments reflect the real need for thoughtful action as this crisis continues. I want to thank Dr. Tebow again for pointing out the likely public harm that these regulations will have. Dr. Tebow raised an important question, whether these regulations intended to make us safer actually create greater risks by making access harder. She reminded us that people need and will find ways to access medical treatments, whether abortion or treatment for long COVID and ME/CFS. Chairperson Serpa's comments on the very small number of people affected by these stricter than FDA regulations is deeply concerning. To imply that the lives of millions of long COVID sufferers and ME/CFS patients is small is a grave misstep. My life is not small. My disability is not small. The challenges to access effective treatments is not small, and the impact of these regulations is not small. Thousands of public comments in opposition and a petition with over 10,000 signatures is not small. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Crystal A. Frost. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Crystal Frost, and I'm the organizer of the petition you were each served a copy of this morning at 10:45 a.m. This petition, signed by 10,500 patients, firefighters, and healthcare professionals, is a direct call to protect and restore patient access to these critical Category 1 compounds that will be largely eliminated under your proposed updates to Title 16. These regulations go far beyond USP standards and will not restore or create a pathway to access, despite what specific board members and staff continue to claim. In fact, the board's premature enforcement actions have already put patients and firefighters at risk, cutting off access to nebulized glutathione, methyl B12 injections, NAD, and other essential treatments, all of which are FDA cleared for safety and accessible in every other state. At a time when millions of Californians have just been repeatedly exposed to highly toxic smoke, it's unconscionable. The overwhelming response to this petition proves how many lives will be harmed if these regulations move forward as written. No FDA-approved alternative exists for any of these compounds. By restricting access, the board is ignoring medical necessity and disregarding the needs of hundreds of thousands of Californians. Our asks have been reasonable and are fully in line with federal standards. We've asked to allow Category 2 compounding without requiring full stability studies, that you eliminate enforcement of non-mandatory USP chapters above 1,000, that you remove the requirement of additional documentation of clinical circumstances, which is not required by the FDA and is just another tool to block patient access, and that you clarify that the Title 16 regulations apply to pharmacists and not doctors who compound for their patients. These widely opposed efforts appear to be driven by personal goals of Officer Ann Sotogren and board member Maria Serpa. To the rest of the board, we are begging you to please vote for vast public interest instead of the interests of a couple individuals. Please do not pass these regulations as written. And we also ask that you reject the motion and instead adopt USP standards. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Maya. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
RN in Santa Monica, and I have been bedbound from long COVID and severe ME for 4 years. I have tried hundreds of different treatments. Glutathione and NAD are among the few that have made any significant difference. The restrictions that you've already made on these medications and plan to do are as counterproductive as they are draconian. In the name of patient safety, a veiled cover for the inability to profit off of these medications, you are removing accessibility, pushing higher costs for patients on a fixed disability income, and forcing otherwise safe treatments underground, making them potentially hazardous. These medications are already safe. If the board's mission is truly safety, stop this overreach immediately. I've spoken to other patients so desperate for these medications due to the restrictions you've already implemented that they've resorted to veterinarian and lab grade sources not tested for humans. There are some lucky enough with dual state residency who have to ship these medications multiple times, exposing refrigerated medications to volatile temperatures. Your restrictions on perfectly safe, necessary medication make it so inaccessible that patients will resort to sources that are dangerously unsafe. Your restrictions, past what is already in every other state, make them unsafe. This is a blatant, excessive abuse of power we'd expect from the new federal government, not in California. Ask yourself, board members, please, what do you stand for? Are you here for patients, doctors, pharmacists, firefighters who actually make, prescribe, and use these medications? Or are you in the pocket of those with financial interests? Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
All right, next we're going to hear from Jarrett Boiler. Hold on just a moment, Jarrett. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. So my name's Jarrett Bowler. I'm a 20-year firefighter paramedic serving in Orange County. And I'd like to share some of my personal experience and concerns regarding the proposed regulations today. As you've heard from many of the other firefighters today, one of our biggest concerns is our exposure to cancer. And we are looking for any opportunity to mitigate that risk. So I've been personally using glutathione for many years. I take it orally, and I am thoroughly convinced of its benefits. After I consult with my doctor, if I decide I want to use a custom formulated form like nebulized glutathione, I'd like the option to actually be able to obtain that from one of my local pharmacies. So this is something I want more access to, not less. So from what I understand, the regulations that are being considered today by the boards would set a higher standard for compounding pharmacies in California compared to all the other 49 states. My concern is that the practical impact of these regulations is going to be that there's going to be less availability of these to us. So I've heard it mentioned that there's pathways that you guys have talked about for patient access to these custom tailored medications, but I highly question whether this will truly be the outcome. We know that in any market, when you increase regulation, it most often leads to higher costs and reduced availability of the products in that market. It also tends to disadvantage smaller producers, concentrating market power in the hands of larger companies. These changes could directly impact my ability to obtain necessary medications. It became recently aware to me that 503A pharmacies in the last 10 years have dramatically decreased in California.
10 seconds.
So what I want the board to consider isn't the technicals here, but I want you to consider what the practical implications are. Are we going to be able to get these medications?
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from David Marquez. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is David Marquez. I'm a fire captain in Southern California, and I am calling to share the story of our department with the hope that other firefighters in Southern California and eventually around the country can have access to the same treatment that we received through glutathione. As most of you have probably read, we dealt with some very, very harsh conditions and were exposed to an innumerable amount of smoke and carcinogens during the course of the fire. Fortunately, a small group of doctors from Northern California were able to treat us, many of us for the first time, with glutathione. And after having received several weeks of this therapy, many of us are reporting improvements in our health and our breathing, and we're in a much better position than we were before the fire. Unfortunately, the more we learn about this, we're now learning about this board's their attempt to limit our access to this treatment and to expand it to other firefighters in the area and there is a great deal of promise and hope with expanding this treatment. In learning about your board, I see that your mission states that you are to protect and promote the health and safety of Californians. And so I ask you, what is your goal? What are you trying to protect us from with passing these regulations? What are you trying to prevent happen to us that the other 49 states in this country are not doing so? I'm asking that you consider the good that this will do to firefighters, police officers, first responders, and the general public as a whole. Consider not passing regulations that limit our access to it. I ask that you consider the good that you will do moving forward for all of us in this state, and that you do not move forward with these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. David?
My apologies, I was muted. Next, we're going to hear from Iana Lefevre.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having this meeting and making it open. Can you hear me? I'm not sure my mic is working.
Yes, continue, please.
Okay. Well, as you said, I'm Inanna Lefevre, and I'm speaking to you today because I need nebulized glutathione to treat the lung condition I have, which is called bronchiectasis. And most likely you've never heard of this because there's only about 300,000 of us in the US who have this condition. I mean, my current pulmonologist says most doctors, even pulmonologists, aren't aware of it because it's so uncommon. And like most folks with this condition, it took me decades to get an accurate diagnosis. And sadly, cases of bronchiectasis are on the rise since COVID and because of the increase in our severe fire events. So everything I say is also on behalf of firefighters who I can't imagine the pain and suffering they go through knowing what I've experienced. My first experience nebulizing glutathione was during the 2017 Tubbs fire here in Northern California. And an integrative health clinic in the area was offering free treatments to people with respiratory challenges. At that time, I still didn't have a diagnosis of bronchiectasis, but I was extremely grateful for the relief those treatments offered. Finally, in 2023, a new pulmonologist diagnosed this condition, and he was only aware of it because his grandmother had had it. And he became a lung doctor because of the suffering he witnessed in her. But I have not found he cannot prescribe it because
Time.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Carolyn Cohen. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Super, thank you. My name is Carolyn Cohen. I'm a licensed acupuncturist in California, which also makes me a primary care provider. And I had the great honor to serve at some of the clinics down in Southern California in the last few weekends. And I saw the throngs of first responders flooding our clinic, coming in before we were even set up and ready to work because they needed, quote, the breathing treatment. These folks are suffering, and nebulized and IV glutathione is the way to help them. So in learning about this issue, my understanding is that there are no medical organizations that actually support this regulation, and that there are plenty that oppose it, and that there's no public support for these measures. And there are plenty that oppose it, 10,000 and growing. And so in my practice, I do treat people with long COVID and Lyme in Southern California, not just the first responders, but the people who live there are exposed to all of the toxins, and they will not have access to help if you push this through. I have to ask the board, why? Why, when faced with all of this opposition, do you continue to move forward with these regulations? They're already safe. They're already approved by the FDA. There's no substantial safety concern that I can speak to. Please do not restrict access to these medications. The life of these first responders and Southern California communities are actually in your hands. And fire is not going anywhere. It's not leaving. When it comes for your home, do you want someone to actually have to choose, do I put out
10
this fire and
seconds.
save my own lungs or save this house? Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Ms. Marquez. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Ms. Marquez, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Marquez. I am a school educator and also a school counselor. I service hundreds of students for the last 10 years with hopes and dreams to becoming a firefighter and to also be a sister of a firefighter, Captain David Marquez, who was fighting these horrendous fires that took thousands of homes. I wonder, board members, if it was your homes, how you would treat these firefighters who gave their lives and who are sacrificing their bodies to protect homes. How would you feel if it were your homes? I urge you to stop these regulations, to give me hope as an educator, to encourage young boys and girls and students around the county to want to be firefighters in the state of California and not to leave to go to another 49 other states in our country that have this treatment to serve their bodies with healing. I beg you, whatever agenda is underlying, to put it aside, to think about humanity, to think about your legacy, as others have said, that what will you leave behind, and questioning when you go to sleep at night, why are we holding back helpful medicine, not just for firefighters, but for people who are calling from hospitals, who are using who are using products that are using on animals just to have something to service their lungs. It is inhumane to know that we as humans are not servicing these people, human beings, the way that they deserve to be. I urge you
10
to
seconds.
please stop this regulation and give our country, our people, hope that our state will fulfill and take care of the people who are protecting us every
Time.
day.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Mark Wagner. Hold on just a second. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Mark Wagner. I'm a pharmacist attorney with Baker Hostetler, and I represent the Outsourcing Facilities Association as outside counsel. The OFA appreciates the board's modified text based on OFA's first written comment. As noted in OFA's second comment and confirmed based on the robust discussion earlier by the board members, it is clear there's much confusion around what meets the proposed language of verify and document in proposed section 1735(1)(e). As stated in our written comments, the OFA maintains that the board should make clear that a pharmacist who verifies from a notation documented on the prescription itself or other similar communication from the prescriber to the pharmacist, that the prescriber has determined the clinically significant difference of the prescription and adds that notation to the pharmacist patient profile recording this fact. This meets the verification and documentation requirement of proposed 1735(1)(e). Again, as noted in OFA's written comment, under federal law, a prescriber determines that there is a clinical difference. At a minimum, the board should clarify in the preamble of any final action promulgating this rule that a notation in the patient profile that the pharmacist confirmed the prescriber determined a clinical difference should meet the verification and documentation requirements. I have another unrelated comment in response to what I believe the board staff state related to pricing for testing. Perhaps I misunderstood the cost quoted. As I mentioned, I'm outside counsel to the OFA, which represents FDA-registered outsourcing facilities that must comply with current good manufacturing practices, which is the same quality standard that traditional drug manufacturers adhere to. In my experience working with these facilities, I've never observed quotes so low for required testing. If these tests can actually be completed for $5 or $20 a test, which I believe I heard board staff quote, I'm requesting the staff provide the email
10
correspondence
seconds.
quoted for the record so that this information may be shared with FDA-registered outsourcing facilities, compounders, and traditional drug manufacturers. Our members state it costs between $400,000 to $600,000.
Thank you for the comment.
Next, we're going to hear from Brooke. Hold on just a second, Brooke. I'm about to send you a request to unmute your microphone. And while I'm doing that, we have a user named Paris. Paris, it looks like you are in line, but you do not have a microphone connected. You may need to hit the little down arrow next to your mute button and change your audio settings in order to speak. All right, Brooke. I see you're unmuted. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. In 2022, my body began to shut down, and I am a mother of 4. I was given months to live and began to have heart issues and strokes. My CRP level was 27, which actually is a cancerous level of inflammation. I had tingling, numbness, and burning sensations all over my body. My left side became weaker than my right, and for a time, I was actually in a wheelchair. I was in my bed for over 6 months, and my mom had to come and live with our family. Over the last 2 years, I have been consistent with holistic therapies, one of them being IVs, including B12 with methylcobalamin, glutathione, and NAD. I don't know if you know this, but our body actually already makes a lot of these things. And when we're sick and detoxing, we just need more. Our liver already makes glutathione, but we need more. It needs help. This is divinely given and not something a board should have control over us being able to access. Because of the ability to get more of these, I can now say I am no longer in a wheelchair and I'm able to take care of my children. When we take these supplements orally, the effectiveness decreases dramatically, and when we take these supplements intravenously, the effectiveness increases dramatically. It feels criminal to take these away from me. I have also paid for all of these out of pocket with no insurance help to get me these therapies. It is already so expensive, and the added stability requirements would further price out vulnerable patients and drive access out of California entirely. Getting these nutrients in my body has helped me be able to take care of our family. I feel the legislation wants this banned solely because the financial incentives. California citizens deserve all health modalities. This board should be focused on protecting patients from actual
10
harm
seconds.
and the numerous FDA-approved pharmaceuticals that cause hundreds and thousands of deaths per year. Instead, you are focused on eliminating safe antioxidants and vitamins, divinely given. Also, the only people.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we are going to hear from John Gray. And as a reminder to user Paris, you may need to connect a microphone. If you're having trouble with your microphone, please say something in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner, and I'll see if I can help you out while other people speak. John Gray, you may need to dial *6 in order to unmute. All right, John, we're going to send you another request to unmute. You may need to dial *6.
Good afternoon. This is John Gray, registered pharmacist with Kaiser Permanente. At the January full board meeting, board member Chandler asked what elements of the proposed regulations would establish requirements that exceeded USP standards. An important and insightful question. Another question that is equally, if not more important, is what evidence is there to support the adoption of the elements of the regulation that exceed USP standards? In adopting the USP compounding chapters, the USP Expert Committee spent thousands of hours reviewing the evidence for each element of the standards, as well as many other proposed requirements that were ultimately not included in the standards. An example of the lack of rigor in the board's approach to its proposed requirement is the proposed requirement that compounders must change their outer gloves between different HD preparations or different patients. In support of this requirement, the board has cited an American Society of Health System Pharmacists guideline and a dated simulation study that assessed contamination of finished sterile products if a vial containing IV medication is contaminated with HD residue. Neither reference assessed the effectiveness of more frequent glove changes in preventing contamination with HD residue, and the ASP guideline actually recommends that compounders change their outer gloves every 30 minutes, consistent with the USP 800 chapter. Again, this example is illustrative of the lack of rigor that the board has exercised in proposing these onerous requirements. There is no real evidence, only hand-waving. Some members of the board claim that some elements of the proposed regulations have been in the pharmacy regulations for many years, and that to remove these regulations would be taking a step back. While it is true that many of the proposed requirements have been in regulation for many years, the fact is that until 2020, the pharmacy law did not require compliance with the USP compounding chapters. Therefore, it is disingenuous at best to suggest that the same approach to regulating compounding is necessary now that all pharmacies are statutorily required to comply with the USP compounding chapters.
10
Given
seconds.
these factors, we support the recommendation made by Dr. Kottman to vote down this motion and simply require compliance with the USP chapters as law already requires.
Time.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we are going to hear from Keala or Keala. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, I see that you're unmuted. Are you with us?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm a wife of a 25-year veteran of the LAFD, and I'm calling in support of making sure that these firefighters have access to nebulized glutathione. And my husband, he received a treatment yesterday, and I noticed a huge difference in his sleep, in his health, and just his overall well-being. So please, I'm telling you right now, as a wife, as a mother, please have this accessible for everybody in California. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
All right, next we're going to hear from call-in user 47. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. You may need to dial *6 in order to unmute.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mac Thompson. I'm the president of Petaluma Firefighters IAFF Local 1415. Thank you to the board. Thank you for your time with this. And I'm calling to encourage the access to nebulized glutathione, particularly for firefighters. I've been a firefighter for almost 20 years. And we are at Petaluma is up in Sonoma County. And obviously Sonoma County has seen a lot of large urban interface wildland fires that are such as the Thomas Fire, the Tubbs Fire, the Glass Fire, the Kincaid Fire, major fires. And just something I thought of is that maybe the board doesn't understand that for firefighters, you know, you think of us having air packs on to prevent us from getting these toxins in our bodies. And those air packs are for a single house that's on fire or single building that's on fire. And those air packs only last for half an hour at, you know, to 45 minutes. So when you're on a fire for days or even weeks, you're being exposed to all those plastics and toxins that are inside of a garage or inside a house or multiple houses for days on end. And if the toxin screenings that we've recently done have high levels of lead and plastic and mold and other toxins in my body, and just like the public wants us to have all the tools in our toolbox to accomplish our tasks that are in front of us, we want to have all the tools in our toolbox to take care of our bodies. And I personally don't want to have cancer later on in my life. And knowing that I've been exposed to
10
this
seconds.
already, I want to have the tools that are available to me to be able to get these toxins out of my body. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the comments.
All right. Next, we are going to hear from Lilak Mindovich. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request. Mindelovich, we're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I am a patient of chronic illness. Like a lot of people, it took me years and years to get correctly diagnosed and find treatments that actually help me feel better. The main thing that did was a year-long treatment with IV glutathione, because my genetic disorder means that my body doesn't actually produce enough glutathione on its own. So I need the IV in order to make up for what my body doesn't make naturally, which means when I was diagnosed, I had lead poisoning, aluminum poisoning, a lot of heavy metals and toxins in my body that only the treatment with glutathione helped me recover from. It was already not covered by insurance, as a lot of other patients have said. It's already out of pocket and was something that was difficult for me to pay for at the time when it was more accessible. And now with these regulations, it's clear that while it might not be the board's intention to make these treatments inaccessible to us, that is the reality on the ground that many of us are experiencing. And I urge the board to listen to our lived experiences and align your rules with other states and federal regulations that already exist, rather than making California the only place in this country where we are priced out of life-saving treatments that we need. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
Next, we're going to hear from Paris. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. It looks like you're on a mobile device. You may need to... Oh, hold on. I saw that. I just lost your audio connection, Paris. Wait, it came back? Whatever you did, do that again, please. All right. While you work on that, Paris, we're going to move on. Don't worry. You have plenty of time to fix that. We'll circle back to you in just a bit. Next, we're going to hear from Councilmember Marjorie Morgenstern. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Marjorie Morgenstern from Sonoma County, from the city of Cloverdale. And I am a Lyme patient, and I have found glutathione in B12 compounded supplements incredibly helpful for Lyme disease. And Lyme disease is not a walk in the park. I didn't get diagnosed for years. I spent thousands of dollars out of pocket trying to get treatment. And now I can't even afford to go to Lyme doctors anymore. And please don't make these treatments any harder for us to afford or get. They don't need stricter regulations at all. Please vote for the public interest. Please don't vote for stricter regulations. And I think you really need to listen to the firefighters, the pharmacists, the doctors, the vets, the naturopaths. They're all highly intelligent people. And what I've noticed before at other board meetings is I really don't feel like public comment is listened to. And as a local politician, I think public comment is incredibly important, and that it would be wonderful if you guys would take a better listen and actually work for the public and the good people of California and our wonderful firefighters and our patients that are suffering from Lyme disease and all kinds of other immune diseases. Anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you for the comments.
All right. Next, we are going to hear from Mike Nicholas. Hold on just a second, please. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yep.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to start by saying that I'm healthy. I'm not one of the thousands of firefighters bravely risking their lives and health to protect me and my home and need glutathione to lower that risk of cancer. I'm not my wife, who was sick for years before she was advised to try glutathione and got better immediately and has continued to stay better through regular treatment. And I suspect many of you on the board, like me, are not those people. You know, we're lucky. But I'm begging you to listen to these people, some of the most vulnerable, the most in need of protection, and ask yourselves if you are making them safer. We should be making these treatments more accessible, not less. Thank you to everyone here making their voice heard today, especially the firefighters who wake up every day taking direct action to make me safer. It breaks my heart that you guys are having to spend your precious time not on the job just to fight for your right to access life-saving treatment that is safe and effective. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we are going to hear from Tim Wagner. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Tim. I'm also a firefighter in Sonoma County. Currently just returned from a 2-week deployment down in Los Angeles on the Palisades Fire. I'm here to show support for all my fellow firefighters and the rest of the people in the community who are reaching out to try to regain access to glutathione. As firefighters, we're willing to risk a lot to save those in our communities and even those in our neighboring communities, oftentimes risking our own life. Firefighter cancer risk is statistically substantially much higher than those of civilians. And all we're really asking for is that you be there for us, just as we're there for you. We're looking for just to have access for a medication or a substance that has the ability to extend our lives so we can be there for our own families, just as we're there to protect your families. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for the comments. David?
Next, we're going to hear from Siri Singh. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon. It is my honor to be present on the board meeting. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here. This is my first time attending board meetings, and my name is Siri Singh. I'm an intern pharmacy student. As I read through the comments, especially on chapter 173511, letter B as a boy, I'm completely agree with Dr. Marie Cotton that for the bleaching cream, it's gonna take longer for duration of action. This could take up between 8 to 12 weeks for effectiveness to be kick in. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
All right. Next, we're going to hear from Dr. Sija. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Dr. Anisa Seha, and I am actually just about 10 years out from surviving cancer. I suffered from a lot of, post-secondary effects from chemotherapy, and glutathione was one of the things that helped me recover from these side effects the most. Since then, I've become a doctor. I've done a residency that used IV therapy, and I am one of the 10,500 signatures on the Stop the BOP petition. as a patient and a provider, I can speak from both perspectives that access to glutathione and B12, amongst other compound sterile compounds, is essential for health. This not only helps people with cancer, firefighters, and people with other chronic diseases, but it provides accessible treatment to people that really need it. I agree with the CMA that the proposed regulations put an undue burden on California physicians. I also agree that this is something that's necessary, and I'm really just unsure of why the safety of this is being questioned. You guys cite endotoxins a lot. I've heard a lot of the board members cite endotoxins as one of the reasons that safety is being questioned. But from my research and looking at the FDA, the only endotoxin example that's been that has come about with glutathione was actually because somebody used a dietary supplement powder into an injectable form, which is, not safe within itself. So if we're not doing things that we shouldn't be doing in the first place, and I really don't see any risk beyond things that
10
are,
seconds.
just negligent. As you know as well, the fires in California just really show how much we really need continued access to this. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
Next, we're going to hear from Krista Schaffer. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Krista Schaefer, and I am here as a member of the Alliance for Pharmacy Compounding. Thank you for your continued efforts to update the state's compounding regulations. We recognize the significant work you've put into this process. However, despite the board's revisions, we remain deeply concerned that the third modified draft of the regulations impose both stability study testing requirements as well as active pharmaceutical ingredient or bulk drug testing requirements on Category 1 drugs that go beyond what is required by either USP Chapter 797 or the FDA. The current proposed regulations create unnecessary burdens that make compliance nearly impossible for many compounding pharmacies, and therefore severely limit patient access to vital therapies such as glutathione for inhalation. In board staff's response to our most recent public comment letter and in the meeting today, there has been confusion in board members' understandings of these two types of testing. The current proposed regulations for stability study testing has been conflated in the discussion with the proposed regulations for bulk drug testing for Category 1 drugs. These are two different types of testing being proposed as mandatory in these regulations, each of which has significant and different costs. As an organization that specializes in compounding, we can tell you that there are not readily available stability studies for specialized formulations such as glutathione. So please understand that this additional cost of roughly $20,000 to $40,000 per formulation would have to be taken on by a compounding pharmacy that wants to provide it for patients. These excessive proposed requirements will limit patient access to these
10
medications.
seconds.
USP Chapter 797 are high standards for sterile compounding and are well researched, and we implore you to please
Time.
adopt these as your regulation.
Thank you for the comment.
Next, we're going to hear from Wesley Hammock. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. If you're on a mobile device, you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... All right, it looks like you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Wesley Hammock. I'm a firefighter in Southern California as well, and previous military veteran, and been exposed to a lot of toxic substances throughout my career being in the service, and as well responding to the Tubbs fire in Northern California and also to multiple fires throughout Southern California. And when we get called out to respond to these, we don't have a chance to hit the pause button. The bells go off, we go. And all I'm asking in this moment is for this board to hit the pause button. Just hit the pause, stop this vote. Please do not push through this medication that can prevent us from getting cancer, having long-term effects. 343 firefighters died in 9/11. After that, no one probably followed it. Over 1,300 died from the effects of that. These are things that can resonate and happen here. They're calling this, the fires that are going on, are 9/11. These effects can have long-term effects. And after us learning about all these things, getting the treatment, and recent news that this can help us, and one of the previous firefighters spoke about having no breathers. A lot of people don't understand there's no wildland respiratory protection besides bandanas and flashes that we put over. So we're breathing in structure fires, burning Teslas, burning car batteries, burning plastics, things we don't know. And if this is our only lifeline that can protect us, we want to have access to it. We don't want the cost to go up. We don't want it to be more of a headache. So please just hit the pause button, take a step back. We back you and respond and protect your house, protect your livelihood. Can you guys just protect us and think about us when you do this? Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
All right. We're going to circle back to Paris. Hold on in just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Are you with us, Paris?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. So, I want to thank everyone for taking the time today. I'm a practicing pharmacist and I work with a concierge medical team. We do a lot of glutathione, NED, methylcobalamin, things that are considered alternative medicine, but they are life-changing and life-saving. And I feel like for the board, if you personally don't have a health issue that you're dealing with, like chronic autoimmune, and these poor firefighters out here, their lungs are exploding, they need help. We're all begging you guys to make the right decision. Because until you're in a situation where you need a treatment, you can't gain access, it's hard to really comprehend and digest what that feels like. And it's kind of ridiculous how every other state in this nation can get access to pretty much any treatment they want across the board. Yet, anytime we want to order anything from any pharmacy, it's reprimanded. We can't get anything in the state, and it's getting worse and worse as time goes on. And obviously, the patients who need these treatments have to pay out of pocket. It's just the whole thing is a mess. And I don't really understand when there's tons of studies showing that these things are effective for a multitude of reasons. And in terms of these pharmacies, over the last 2 decades, the board has fully shut down sterile compounding pharmacies who do stability and sterility testing. I mean, you could be in a pharmacy and any day the inspector comes in, goes through everything, can write you up for whatever reason, and you get shut down completely. And it's a disservice to the community. These people need these treatments. And so I just find it ridiculous that all these other states have no problem, yet in California we're scrounging here trying to help and save people and make sure they're healthy. So I hope you guys keep that in mind.
Thank you for the comment.
Next, we're going to hear from L. Got long COVID ? Hold on just a second, L. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Elle Sieber. I am a 30-year-old woman living with long COVID in Los Angeles, California. As you know, the wildfires in Los Angeles have been historic and unprecedented for the state of California. Upwards of 56,000 acres have been burned, including homes, cars, and industrial spaces. In addition to the direct damages caused by the fires, Angelenos continue to reckon with the health implications of poor air quality. While we are grateful that the fires have been contained, we are just at the beginning. As referenced in the Clean Air Coalition webinars on general safety practices, the cleanup efforts will take 6 to 8 months at the very least. As efforts to move and safely store an unprecedented volume of ash takes place, hazardous air pollutants and carcinogens are being released into the air we breathe. As we know from 9/11, continuing to live, work, and play in close proximity to cleanup efforts has devastating long-term health effects, with many survivors being diagnosed with short latency cancers related to poor air quality. More people have died from health complications relating to the air quality post 9/11 than on the day of the attacks. But unlike in 9/11, we have the tools. We know that wearing high quality respirators can protect people. Thanks to the work of the Volunteer Fire Foundation, we know that nebulized glutathione reduces levels of high range environmental toxins, mycotoxins, and PFAS in first responders. I'm here to say that Angelenos deserve access to nebulized glutathione too. But due to the actions of the board, it has become nearly impossible to access this life-saving treatment, even in light of an unprecedented natural disaster. Please align with federal guidelines to restore access by sending these regulations back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
All right, next we're going to hear from Stevie. Hold on just a moment, Stevie. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Oh, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead,
Okay,
please.
great. Thank you. Sorry, I'm kind of talking off the cuff here. But I was able to listen to previous board meetings once I heard about this proposed regulation, and I just want to join the chorus of voices requesting that access to these medications, to glutathione specifically, not be changed in any way. Many of us have talked about firefighters. I come from a family of firefighters, two of whom have been working in Los Angeles with the recent fires. My grandpa was a firefighter who passed away with emphysema. He did not have access, the technology just wasn't available for him. I suffer from chronic illness, which is still undiagnosed. I think many of us who use these therapies are undiagnosed or at least not cured, and these therapies are not even solutions for what we have. They're just part of a toolkit. Many doctors have just given up on me. Many specialists have turned me away. I am able to access glutathione intravenously, and that therapy has completely changed my life. I have not heard in the meetings that I have been able to attend anyone on the side of these proposed regulations except for the board. I have only heard opposition and pleading and requests and folks pouring their hearts out and sharing really intimate details about how difficult their life has been and the relief that has come from the access to these drugs. So please, I think someone said it really amazingly earlier that this may be a time for you to just kind of zone out, and maybe you've already made up your mind to do whatever you want to do with
10 seconds.
Whatever intention you have, and to just reconsider that, right? This is affecting thousands and thousands of people. I mean, California is a gigantic state. So
Time.
we appreciate.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Jenny Harrow Keeler. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Harrow Keeler, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of Integrative Healers Action Network. I'm here to advocate for firefighters and first responders who are battling extreme respiratory symptoms after weeks of fighting the LA wildfires. Fires so intense that, like many people here have already shared, people are calling this their 9/11. They are experiencing severe symptoms. Some were hospitalized, and they are struggling to recover from toxic smoke and chemical exposure. Over the past 3 weeks, our team has been on the ground. We're providing care to these firefighters, and one treatment in particular, nebulized glutathione, is making a very significant difference. And what we know is the more that they have access to this, the faster they feel relief, the better they can breathe, and the more effectively they can clear the toxic buildup in their lungs. So this treatment is not just helpful, it's critical to their recovery. And a few years ago, doctors could prescribe glutathione for nebulizers for firefighters to take home and nebulize daily for a month after toxic exposure. But because of actions already taken by this board, this access has been severely limited. Doctors are allowed to legally prescribe nebulized glutathione, but no pharmacist in the state will compound it. Why? Because the board has wrongfully punished them for doing so, even though this treatment is FDA approved and is legal in 49 other states. Chair Serpa claims that there's an open pathway, but if that's true, why would Jeff need to request an exemption for research to access glutathione? That just doesn't make sense to me. And if we get that exemption, what about everyone else who needs this treatment now? 503Bs can legally make patient-specific prescriptions, but they don't because that's not their business model. Only 503A pharmacies provide patient-specific customized care because that's their model. You're trying to regulate them as if they're bulk
10
outsourcing
seconds.
facilities. It's redundant, it's unnecessary, and it's confusing. Please do not pass these proposed regulations. They are already worsening an access crisis that is putting lives and health at risk. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you for the comment.
Next, we are going to hear from Jana Elias. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. Are you with us, Jana?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jana Elias, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of a dear friend of mine who has been extremely ill for over 4 years and has been failed by traditional medicine doctors. My friend relies on compounded medications like the ones you're trying to get rid of, and she relies on intravenous and subcutaneous treatments like glutathione and peptides that you're trying to ban. She has finally found treatments to manage her complex case of Lyme disease, and now a regulatory board is trying to take them away. The proposal still exceeds federal standards, and the proposed regulations also still impose impossible to follow stability testing requirements on compounding pharmacies that will end access to Category 1 sterile compounds, even though the public has unanimously and repeatedly asked the board not to do this. These proposed regulations would severely limit, and in many cases, end my friend's access to treatment she depends on, which are essentially for her well-being and quality of life. Without these medications, she would face increased pain, debilitating symptoms, inability to perform daily activities, and a shortened lifespan. In addition, to echo what we've heard today, since the close-to-home Palisades and Eaton fires last month, countless firefighters and LA residents have been receiving nebulized glutathione, which the regulations as written will end access to. Compounding pharmacies cannot prepare custom take-home testing for patients dosing for patients already because of the board prematurely enforcing these regulations before they've been finalized. As mentioned today, the fact that these treatments are legally available in all other states highlights how this overreach by the California board is unnecessary and harmful. I urge the board to reconsider these harmful regulations and prioritize the health and well-being of patients. Please do not take away the essential treatments that are crucial for my friend's survival and quality of life. Please do not abuse your
10
power
seconds.
by driving away specialized pharmacies that are relied upon by the most vulnerable people in California. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Fire Captain. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you for the 2 minutes. I'm a fire captain in Southern California. My agency sent hundreds of members to the LA fires, and they experienced weeks of toxic air with no feasible way to protect themselves. For reference, we wear breathing apparatus on all structure fires, mandatory. Even with that protection, we still spend the rest of our shifts coughing, sometimes with blood. This is even more true with battery fires. We had the dirtiest fire in California history during Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. The very next month, the board is suggesting we make glutathione even harder to get to fix a problem that 49 other states don't seem to have, or the FDA, or every hospital in the nation that compounds under the same 503A framework being dismantled today. I am deeply hurt by this. So I went to the FDA 503B product reporting website and I searched the latest listings of stuff made in the first half of last year of who made glutathione. It's Statska, Hybrid, McGuff, Medisource, Amazeo, and Olympia. Then I went to the Board of Pharmacy website and searched which of these 503Bs are licensed in the state. That left me with Medisource and Anazao. I learned Medisource is not supplying glutathione at this time, and I haven't had a chance to confirm that Anazao is, but assuming that they are, that's only one source for the whole state. So does the Board of Pharmacy expect a single source to be sufficient for all patients? Does the Board of Pharmacy expect that exact formulations offered by that one source to be sufficient for all patients? I went to the FDA 503B product reporting website and I searched the latest listings. I can't find any of the stuff being made. We've done our reading. We want 503A facilities left at Category 2, not restrictive Category 3, so they can make different varieties of what we need in real time to figure this out and save our lives and see our kids grow and not widow our wives. I mean, this is crazy stuff. I work weekends, holidays, I miss family gatherings, kids' sports, vacations,
10 seconds.
many other things that people take for granted. We spend our whole life working, missing the best parts, and then die shortly after we retire due to these bizarre cancers. Do not take this stuff from us. This is totally unacceptable.
Time.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Andre Peters. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Andre Peters, pharmacist. And I'd like to mention that what I'm hearing and have been hearing for the past many months as I was attending these board meetings regarding compounding regulations, with the exception of board member Chandler, I'm really worried that the board continues to be ignorant of the needs of the public and licensees' ability to serve our patients. To make things worse, the board staff responses minimizes the volume of opposition to these regulations. It is very deeply worrisome that board members, most of whom are pharmacists, publicly acknowledge that they're not compounding pharmacists and they don't understand these compounding regulations, and yet they're going to be voting on it. With that said, I do want to point out that there are still a few major problems with these regulations. 1735-12B, there was a very good discussion about quality and what it means. And I think the board also needs to think ahead on how these regulations will be read in the future. The way they're being read right now basically means that every complaint that alleges a quality problem or indicates remotely a quality problem must be reported to the board, which would no doubt trigger a board inspection. There is also still major problems with immediate use. It's been mentioned many times in the past that it's part of the existing regulations on the books right now. Yet at the same time, we've seen major changes to it because we've pointed out major problems with it. And I would ask the board to please vote down these regulations in alignment with the requests from others. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Corey Reddish. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
All right. I hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Hi, my name's Dr. Corey Reddish. I'm a licensed naturopath, and I've been a licensed naturopathic doctor and I've been practicing in California for 20 years. I was had the great honor of being one of the doctors who was providing the breathing treatments for the firefighters down in LA these past few weeks. For the time that I have been licensed in the state of California, which I consider a state, and most of the country considers a state known for its innovations in healthcare and health, my access to injectable compounds and its availability for my patients has been chipped away by this board. And I'd like to say that nothing else works like these medications. You've heard from countless people here in these comments, whether it's ME, long COVID, Lyme, smoke inhalation, for people that have those coughs that just won't go away. Nothing works like nebulized glutathione. So I just, as doctors in the state who use these medicines, we have to spend an inordinate amount of time trying to track them down and trying to get them so our patients can have access to them. It's become a bit of a wild goose chase to source these. And I'd much rather be spending my time doctoring and administering these helpful medicines for my patients. And what I was seeing with the firefighters is that these guys are really sick. They're coming in and they're gray and they can't breathe and their color's really off. And you give them this
10
treatment
seconds.
and they get better. So I just strongly request that you maintain access to these medicines safe and legal and accessible. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. No, we still have a few in line. Just going to say I'm going to probably take about 15-minute break at 4 o'clock. So just keep on, David.
Next, we're going to hear from Monica Miller. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Monica. Oh, I see you.
Miller, and I represent the California Naturopathic Doctors Association. First, I want to thank everyone for their time today, and I more specifically want to thank all of the people who have taken time out of their day and out of their very busy schedules to call in to voice their concerns. We continue to oppose these regulations. Many of our naturopathic doctors, both from Northern California and ones that are based in Southern California, have been on the front lines the last several weeks, assisting with these firefighters and ensuring that they are able to stay as healthy as possible and out in the field to get these fires fully extinguished. And while I know they continue to burn, this is just really causing us great concern that we're having to continue to have this conversation. And we really do think that the FDA regs really speak volumes and should be what we're following, as are the other 49 states, and are unclear as to why our California Board of Pharmacy wants to have their own regulations. More specifically, we do, I know there's some conversation earlier in the day, we do believe that you are, by prohibiting naturopathic doctors with the ability to be able to utilize this particular compounding medications, you are quite frankly stepping into our scope of practice, and we really believe that it should be our board that regulates that, much like the California Medical Association testified earlier today, and that you should have a carve out, something along those lines, to ensure that that you are not stepping into our scope of practice. And for these reasons, we continue to have a lot of concerns. And thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from caller number, hold on just a moment, the screen jumped. Caller number 49. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. You may need to dial *6 in order to unmute. All right, we're going to try caller 49 again. You may need to dial *6 after I send you a prompt. All right, we're going to move on to Tyler Mickelson. Bear with me just a moment. I'm going to send you a request. Unmute your microphone. Oh, hold on, Tyler. We've got caller 49 on the line. Caller
Hello, can
49,
you
are
hear
you
me?
with me? Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, hi. My name is Susie Morales. My husband is a Southern California firefighter who fought in the Eaton fire. He was able to receive glutathione treatment, and it made a significant difference in his recovery. I strongly support keeping this treatment available for firefighters after toxic exposure they need it to protect their health, and restricting access puts them at serious risk. Firefighters risk their lives for public, and they shouldn't have to fight for critical medical care. They need access to this treatment now. Please ensure they can continue to receive it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the comments. David?
Is this Tyler? You got Tyler on now.
Welcome back, Tyler.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just want to thank everybody that got on, especially our firefighters. We are so grateful for all your sacrifices and keeping us safe. 2 years ago, I had a grand mal seizure. I woke up in my underwear, surrounded by paramedics, not knowing what happened. And anyways, I continued to have 6 to 7 more seizures, grand mal seizures. And my neurologist basically thought it was due to, he didn't have any idea, honestly. He didn't know. No, there was nothing was available. Nobody knew anything. And the only way I've gotten help over these years, I've got 4 boys, 4 amazing boys and a wife. And the safety of our house is at risk because I fall asleep and I can have a grand mal seizure about an hour after I fall asleep. The only thing that's gotten me help is doing these IVs, glutathione, vitamin C IVs. And I just ask you to take a step back, cut the emotion and be logical. It's a very simple decision. If you listen to everybody here, we're not fighting for something that's evil. We're fighting for something that's good. And then also, like, we live in this amazing nation, America. Like, we are in America because we want to make our own choices. We don't want to be governed and have our choices taken away and tell us how we're going to live and everything else. And so I just encourage you to remember, we're Americans. We're here because we're free. We want to be able to make choices. And this is the right choice, is to basically pro-health, take care of ourselves. America is sick, and we need this to get healthy again. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for the comments. One more commenter. We'll probably take a break, David.
Understood. Next, we're going to hear from Joanna Huzo. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for taking my call. My name is Joanna Wazo, and I heard the board proposal earlier today. I have several friends in the fire and arson department, and I have seen what a difference this treatment has done for them. And I really just urge you to make it available and affordable for all firefighters. Just please be aware that firefighters are not fighting alone. There's an entire upwelling of people who see the injustice of them being able to access this life-saving treatment. So please just make this available to them who save our lives. So please consider theirs. I urge you to consider what you're voting for. And I just want to thank once again all the firefighters for all they do and for all they risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the comments. We'll take a quick break. It's 4 o'clock. We'll come back at 4:15. 4:15. Thank you. See you all. Just stay in line, please. Thank you. Thank you. Ready to come back? It's 4:15. We'll take a quick roll call again. Jesse.
Present.
Thank you, Jesse. Trevor.
Present.
Thank you, Trevor. Renee.
Present.
Thank you, Renee. Jeff.
Present.
Thank you, Jeff. KK. Thank you, KK. Oh. Jay.
Present.
Thank you, Jay. Satinder.
Present.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria.
Present.
Thank you, Nicole.
Present.
Thank you, Nicole, and I'm here. Okay, all right. David, back to you for a few more public comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Lady Limbo de la Cruz. Hold on just a moment, please. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Looks like you're on a mobile device. You may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... in order to unmute. All right, Lady Limbo, I'm going to give you another request to unmute. There it is. Are you with
Hello?
us?
Yes.
Go
Hi,
ahead,
guys.
go ahead,
Sorry, I
please.
was calling my mother. I'll start quick. Hi, my name is Tatiana Dela Cruz, and thank you, everyone. I wrote this in my notes app about a month ago, so bear with me. But My journey to devoting my life to healing myself and therefore others started at the ripe young age at 11 years old when adults around me decided to slice into my left thigh for a muscle biopsy that showed I had muscular dystrophy. Shortly after, to be informed, more than likely, I will be in a wheelchair by the time I was 28. I stand here before you without any walking aid, still fighting the good fight, all while not giving into Western medical industrialized complex. Why? Because I have what some in the med world would call an orphan disease, meaning there isn't enough funding into my condition since the numbers are low, hence no money for big pharma to treat. I have been studying holistic functional medicine for almost 2 decades. By far, one of the greatest treatments that have alleviated my day-to-day lack of strength and chronic pain has been no other than B12 and glutathione shots, which are now facing a ban, with 40% of the human population suffering from carrying the MTFR gene. Preposterous. This is a biowarfare, and there will be blood on the hands of people who ban such therapeutic endeavors. The disability tax is already high as it is. Do you expect us to do medical tourism to Mexico just because the government has the mafia of the FDA on their throats? We all know the FDA monopoly that only grants approval to the highest bidder. There are thousands of neurotropics, supplements, etc. that work wonders on the human body, but because they can't pay out the FDA, they don't get approved. We must go back to the land of the free and the home of the brave. Medicine should be about healing at the root cause, not just treating symptoms. A sick nation is a paying nation. I ask us as citizens of America and citizens of our wonderful freedom state of California to band together to stop this biowarfare the top 1% benefit from. And not only that, but the Latino community has
10
been
seconds.
utilizing these methods for decades. So please do not ban this and put a pause. Thank you so much, and thank you to all who are participating.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Kelly Nakamura. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
He's been in the fire service for 35 years. He has he's been in countless incidents over the 35 years, but there's been nothing like this exposure on the Palisades fire. I am a survivor of the Thomas fire. It came to my house and my neighborhood the first hour. 800 homes burned in my community. So I have a real connection to what is not comfortable in my own respiratory. I have asthma. I couldn't live in our neighborhood for months. I cannot imagine what my husband and all the other firefighters have gone through, what they've been exposed to. This is critical care. He and others on his crew were able to receive treatment from the free wellness clinics in Pasadena and Palisades, and they helped his crew. I know these men. I know hundreds of these men and hundreds of their families. I'm a signature on the 1600 signature change.org currently. Hopefully get a few more. But of that, there are probably 200 firefighter families that are standing. There wasn't a section to tell you who we were, but we put our names, and we really hope that you'll honor that we need your support to be able to support them. They work 24-hour shifts. They do not get off when the fire, when the bell clicks. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional, but they stay and fight the fires. They don't get breaks. They're exposed to this, and the wildland urban fires, they do not wear respirators. They don't. They wear a bandana, an N95 if they can. I really, really request the Board of Pharmacy to
10
consider
seconds.
keeping this as an easy access, easy, affordable treatment plan for them. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Dr. Ojen Masua. Hold on just a moment, please. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I think you're live. Right now.
Dr. Ojen, are you with
Hi
us?
there. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ojen Masroor. I'm a family physician slash, I would probably say, internal medicine here in the West Hills area, maybe practicing 18 some years now. Thank you guys for having this this gathering, this meeting. I've been using glutathione for maybe 10 to 12 years now. A variety of different patients. The majority of my patients are, in the senior range, and I'll tell you that lots of them cannot do without it. I can't tell you how many dozens of them I have rescued from ending up in hospitals or taking multiple or multitude of meds or etc. Taking such a thing away would be such a blow and a detriment to a lot of these patients. They depend on it. They really do. They depend on it. And a lot of them have kidney issues, hepatobiliary problems and so on. And they can't take certain medication, and this is what keeps them afloat. So I would really hope that people take this into account and don't take it for granted that people depend on this. If they didn't, I would be the first one to tell you, but they depend on it. Now, with the fires and everything, we've heard these stories before. We service firefighters and police officers here daily. I got several stations that come here daily, and we give it to them. The firefighters during the fires were here almost probably
10 seconds.
Several 2-3 days out of the week. So it is just it's been a life-altering, life-saving tool for us, especially for me. So I appreciate this, and thanks for
time.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Laura. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
Hello, go ahead, please.
Hi there, thank you. I just wanted to, first of all, I live in LA. So last month I was surrounded by fires. And I live in the valley, and even though the air quality index was not too bad here, I still had major wheezing and effects going on, even though I stayed in the house. I just can't imagine what these firefighters are going through and what they're exposed to. And I do know one firefighter that said he was pretty sure the Palisades fire shaved a few years off his life. And another firefighter that is in his 20s, and he just doesn't even expect to live, past his 60s. That's the sentiment out there. So, I mean, it's just unconscionable to me that we would keep any kind of resource from them to help them, with their longevity, not to mention just their quality of life and anybody else who needs it as well. So I urge you to reconsider your position on this. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we're going to hear from Dr. Rebecca Shalev. Hold on just a moment, please. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Thanks. My name is Dr. Rebecca Shalev, and I'm a licensed naturopathic doctor who treats patients with complex chronic illnesses in Berkeley, California. I'm also a retired firefighter, so I have been on both sides of that IV pole, and I have seen the difference that glutathione IV has made for me personally, as well as what the difference it has made for many of my patients. I believe the board is coming from the right place of wanting to protect the health of patients. However, I also believe that what you don't see is that your very proposed regulations will do just the opposite. When you create special standards for just our state, compounding pharmacies find it is no longer commercially viable for them to produce the compounds for our state, and these medicines become unavailable in California. This hurts the very patients you want to protect. Sterile compounded glutathione and methylcobalamin are safe and crucial tools that I need to treat the sickest of my patients. Creating special standards for California will result in these compounds becoming unavailable to my patients. I believe the national standards to assure sterility and quality in compounding are more than adequate to assure patient safety, and I urge the California Board of Pharmacy to adopt the national standards. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
All right, next we're going to hear from Dr. Jen Regal, and this is potentially our last commenter. So if you have not commented yet and would like to, please raise your hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of your screen. Dial-in users, dial *3. All right, Dr. Jen Regal, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Jen Regal. I am the medical director of an organization that you have now heard lots about that provides care to first responders and evacuees during and after disaster. I cannot implore you enough to vote against codifying this decision. Glutathione is a critical component of treatment programs for firefighters, and it's also a tool that we use often in our civilian population with great success. Our org has delivered thousands of treatments of nebulized glutathione to firefighters who are consistently reporting that their chest congestion, discomfort, and cough secondary to smoke exposure have completely resolved with this treatment, and sometimes years after chronic occupational symptoms have started. It's a safe and effective product that has already become unavailable for individual prescribing, which ties our hands and makes the best clinical course of action, which is a daily prescription of nebulized glutathione, impossible. I hear you saying that you don't wish to restrict access to this compound, but you already have. And if you vote for these regulations today, you will undoubtedly be further restricting access. This isn't theoretical. We aren't misinformed. It's already happening. Please take the time to talk to stakeholders directly and question this if you are a member of this board who is unclear as to why. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
All right, we have a new potential last caller, caller 56. We're going to ask you to dial *6 after you hear the prompt. If anyone else would like to comment and you have not already, now is the time to get that hand up. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand. Caller 56, I'm sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello?
Hello, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is David Hubel. I'm a volunteer firefighter in Sonoma County with Northern Sonoma County Fire Protection District. I'm calling today. I don't have a solid grasp of the specifics of what we're asking from you. I'll defer to Jackie on that. I've never met anyone quite as dedicated to helping others as Jackie, and I trust her above anything else that anybody could tell me about what this potential regulation could do to our access as firefighters. I just wanted to share quickly, I came to this late. I'm 46 years old. I've been a firefighter 3 years now. When you jump into something these days, you jump into social media of that thing. And if you get on firefighter social media and you're in your 40s, you're going to see more people with cancer in your 40s than you've seen for your entire life up to that. You're going to see line of death duties, notifications of people fighting cancer. You're going to see GoFundMes for people fighting cancer. And then you're going to meet colleagues like one of my captains who took part in one of the clinics and one of the studies that Jackie has orchestrated. And his blood test showed that he had high levels of very toxic carcinogenic chemicals in his system. And he started in on the therapy that they provide. And an objective measurement showed that he lowered all of those contaminants in his system to below threshold for detection. And I thought that was pretty amazing. And any action that could potentially take that away from us couldn't be justified to me in any way. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for the comment.
And that indeed was our last request for public comment.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you again, just for wonderful comments. I think Corinne has something to say, so I'm going to let her speak. I guess Corinne hasn't been to karaoke. Unfortunately, Corinne, do you want to just use the microphone here?
Working now?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to
in case there was any confusion amongst the members after hearing public comment, to clarify that to the extent that, any public comments seem to suggest that category 1 substances such as glutathione and methylcobalamin are FDA approved or have been determined to be safe or effective by the FDA, that is not an accurate statement. The FDA's interim policy regarding these substances, which we've talked about and we talked about at the November 2024 meeting specifically, is an enforcement discretion policy. So it's not the same as saying that FDA has approved or authorized these substances or has, determined that they're safe in every instance. And just as a further reminder for the members that when these substances came before the Pharmacy Compounding Advisory Committee, the FDA actually recommended against including both of them on the 503A bulks list. This is when they were initially considered by that committee in 2021 and 2022. That committee did vote ultimately to recommend inclusion of both substances on the list, but those votes weren't unanimous. And so all of this to say that the FDA's decision on these substances is still pending. And just again, to clarify for the record, that to the extent that comments were suggesting that they're FDA approved or that the FDA has said they're safe and effective, that's not correct.
Thank you, Corinne. Okay, I know we heard a lot of comments.
I have a comment.
Oh, okay. I'll get to, I know everybody's probably eager to speak, so I'll get to everybody. I just wanted to cover a few things myself. I just want to thank everyone for their comments again. I do think that there's a good opportunity for a just clarifying flavoring section. About consultation, I think nobody here was questioning if that the pharmacist was not supposed to offer consultation. I think it was just clarifying that section. I don't think anyone here is here to say that the pharmacist consultation is that must be offered and a pharmacist must offer consultation. There's no dispute there. I just wanted to say, I think when our chair Sherpa stated, and then I'll let her speak on our behalf, I just wanted to make sure that I think her comments were misrepresented and I'll let her speak, but I don't think she was saying that that section is small, as in small for not important at all. I really don't think so. Also, there were some comments about Anne and Maria. For whatever it's worth, I'm going to say I have never met someone who's so dedicated in public service and public protection than Anne Sodergren here. She has worked so tirelessly, and it really is, she has no agenda here. She is here to protect California consumers to the best of her abilities, and it really is uncalled for to attack her as a person that somehow is responsible. She is not here with an agenda. That is not true. That is just categorically wrong. I will say that we all take public comments very seriously, just very seriously. We care what you say, and we really, and I try myself. That's why I bring up a lot of things that Maria says. We talked about it. But I bring it up because I want to make sure that record is clear. We discuss it, we talked about it, and we explain it, and we present our position. And I try my best to do that because I want to make sure that you all know that we really take your comments very seriously and we take access to these medications very seriously. I'm just going to say that inspectors don't just shut down pharmacies. That doesn't happen. We really, really appreciate all the comments. And I know that all the comments you provide will make this a better product to really protect California consumers. I know we'll get there, and I'm optimistic that we'll get there. And with that comments, I'm gonna open up for our members. I'll start with Maria, and then Jeff?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a brief comment, and I'm going to be quite frank because I think that especially you can't see the people that are on the webinar, but the people who are in the room, we've seen at each and every meeting. And so I know that you're a part of this discussion. And so quite frankly, I really do appreciate all of the comments, especially the personal comments, the personal examples, the physicians and naturopaths that are caring for patients. That information is hugely important. And I'm going to go out on a limb here because I'm not supposed to have this kind of a personal opinion, but personally, I agree with a lot of the comments that are being said. I think that there should be better and clearer information on how to provide these products. The FDA has let you down. The FDA has very few drugs left on the bulk substance drug list. And because of their lack of moving those products to either be fully approved or not approved, we are in this limbo. There are only a handful of drugs left on the bulk substance list. Two of the drugs that you are mentioning are probably the most talked about on that list. And because they're on that list and not fully approved by the FDA, FDA has federal law and guidance that tells us how to deal with that and how to provide access to patients. The board's regulations do not enhance or add to how to access it. We are reiterating federal law and guidance. The board is not the enemy here. And I hope that your passion and your information is also going to the FDA. You're writing letters, you're providing testimony, you're working with organizations to get the FDA to make a decision. Their lack of action is what's caused this problem. The FDA really needs to make a decision and fully approve or not approve the few components, chemicals that are left on the federal 503B category 1 bulk substance drug list. As Corinne said, these items are not approved by the FDA. They have not made a full decision. Ask them, write to them, go to committee meetings and provide testimony. You have a really powerful voice. We've heard it. Unfortunately, we don't have the power to change federal law or to change federal guidance. You have the power to work and change federal law and change federal guidance. Use that voice and impact the FDA. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Then Jeff, go ahead.
Can I just make a comment off of that? I mean, it doesn't change anything in terms of the FDA, drugs on the list. However, you'll note that in about a month ago, January 7th, I believe, FDA released a updated bulks regulation, but they are actually moving towards not having any categories. So any of the drugs that are now going to be reviewed or submitted to be added to the bulks list will actually just they won't go into categories. They'll just go into the FDA sort of black hole of reviewing, and they won't be listed on there. I mean, that's my understanding. It was very new. Right now, anything that's on a list will remain on the list until it's taken off the list, like decided. So like anything on category 1. So they'll still have category 1. They're not moving forward anything else that's added. So I think maybe they're recognizing this. They're creating this gray zone that makes it very difficult, for pharmacies who have to compound with FDA-approved drugs, right? So that's a change. Again, it doesn't change, especially the drugs that we're talking, or they're not drugs, the components that we're talking about, right? But it still is a change that they've made moving forward. So in the future, there won't actually be the list. I mean, from my understanding of that document.
Thank you, Renee. Jeff?
Yeah, I appreciate all the comments we heard throughout. I listen, and I'm sure everybody up here listens, and it means something to each and every one of them. I truly struggle to do the right thing believing sometimes one way is the right way, and then other, things that I hear, I feel that I'm on the wrong side, right? I should be changing my path. And when it comes to my previous comments, and I talked about community engaged research with CPF and the UC school system, I think I hope somebody from the state level will do that. But I'm going to reach out to a good friend and colleague of mine who is actually on the board for the UC program through the CPF and a previous science and research director for the IAFF. And I'm going to take it to him, and I'll go to work on the FDA. I mean, if the IAFF sees the value in what the state is doing, and other firefighters maybe around the country that are utilizing this, but are struggling with access because of them, I'll take it on. But like I said previously, balancing safety with accessibility really is the key. And it's hard when you hear both sides of the coin, right? Where it sounds like we should be able to get it, or it's available, and doctors and people calling in saying we can't get it, and you know who to believe. I believe that there's true potential for good things, and I think the science will really show some results that'll help. Somebody's got to do the work, and I'll do it. I mean, if I believe and listen to, if I believe what I hear, and all of the people that have called and said, they're utilizing this and it's helping a wide range of folks, just not just our brother and sister firefighters, but folks with chronic fatigue and COVID and Lyme disease. That's the population that I want to help, and so I'll go to battle with the big boys. So I don't know if that's going to solve anything today. I'm sure a fight with the work that will take to mobilize the FDA in the right direction will take a hell of a long time. But I'm willing to at least take that action, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Jeff. Any comments, members?
I'll keep a general comment. I do have more specific comments later, but I think just to kind of keep on this subject, I first of all want to thank everyone for taking the time out today. It's been a long day. It's been long meetings every time that we've had these discussions, especially those with disabilities sitting through this. I mean, even without a disability, it's exhausting, so I can't even imagine what it's like. I live outside of LA, and I was closer to the Eaton fire. Had my bags ready to go in case we had to evacuate. The evacuation zone was probably 1.5 miles north of where I live. Luckily, I didn't have to evacuate, but I do travel 30 miles into LA, going through downtown and going into Hollywood, where a lot of the smoke sits between the fires. I mean, we had the Eaton fire, we had the Sunset fire, and we had the Palisades fire. Now, I have asthma, which has been mostly untreated for my whole life, and I'm still suffering from trying to get that under control because the air quality is so bad. And I can tell you that all of the prescriptions I'm filling essentially are my patients who are also suffering from lung problems. So whether it's infections or inhalers, people who had pre-existing lung disease, people who didn't have it before, we're all suffering. And I'm going through that now. There's things that aren't working. I'm still having problems. I can only imagine what the firefighters have gone through. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for risking your lives for us and for making sure that you get the fires out. There's really no way to thank you for all of that, but I just want to put that out there, because not being able to breathe and not being able to get everything under control and modern medicine failing is so frustrating. It feels like you're going crazy. And I mean, I've been dealing with this for just a short period of time, on and off, but the people on this call and the people here in person have dealt with this for years and years. And I just want to acknowledge and recognize that. I so appreciate you taking the time out to share your stories. So thank you, all of you. I think as a board, we really are trying to figure out how we can make this accessible. So whether that's, advocating at the federal level, finding the right language, to do as much as possible, or even just trying to be more transparent or find resources so that things can be less expensive for pharmacies. And I know that's not necessarily in our jurisdiction, but I think as a community, we can really all come together for this, because I ultimately feel like we do have the same goal here. So thank you again.
Thank you, Jesse. Renee?
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I do really also feel just grateful for the engagement by the public, and also just everybody that's called in. I mean, yeah, just in really listening to this, I mean, I can see the, that like, I guess, conflict, if you will. There's nothing here like that we're trying to say that that because it works or doesn't work. I mean, I believe it works. I mean, I know that it works for a dear friend of mine. It is, it's not that. It's really kind of what Maria was saying and what Corinne did was it's really about, the preparation and compounding of the materials in a safe way. So when somebody's talking about getting a year-long treatment, a month-long treatment, without some of these tests for these bulk substances that are non-sterile and may not have all the documentation because they're maybe not made in FDA registered facility, people can have an accumulation of unintended impurities that could cause something else. So yes, we talk about endotoxins, those are deadly. So that is something that, like, I mean, when I think about all the people who could be getting this that we're talking about, very long illnesses, immunocompromised, firefighters who have already given so much and then are suffering afterwards, and then to all of a sudden get an injection of something that could cause a problem, and just, I mean, that's just a really a heavy burden. And in my own setting of pharmacy, in pediatrics, there are very complicated treatments that come our way, and always with the recognition that, again, very vulnerable patients. I mean, most patients, by virtue of being a patient, are vulnerable. But when you fit in the size of my hand, then an impurity is a huge percentage. And I kid you not, some of our NICU, right? They like fit in my hand. So, like, I have a deep regard for the quality of products, and that's really been my goal throughout my many years career in sterile compounding. So I just, like, really coming at it from that quality perspective and patient safety.
Thank you, Renee. And I'll go to Nicole, and then go ahead, Nicole.
You. Yeah, I'm still struggling with this issue, everyone. I know why we're trying to do it, and I really appreciate that. But I do think we have to be aware of unintended consequences. And I think the perfect example here is to look at what happened with all of the controlled substance, those lawsuits and the thresholds. And now we're all seeing it have negative impacts on our patients, not having access. And it almost feels like we're doing the same thing. We're trying to protect them. We're trying to do the right thing, but the negative consequences might be so high that we've lost the good we were trying to do. And also, I think we're risking losing the trust of people. Just the fact that, there's a whole coalition that came out of this about it. If we lose the trust of the people, I don't know that we're going to get that back. And that kind of goes against our ethos of being here to protect the public. I feel like we've made a lot of progress. We've gotten, like, the flavoring agents have gotten better. A lot of the pieces are getting really close, but this one piece about bulk substance, I don't think we're there. And I really think we in the past agreed to push it forward to get more ideas, but I just don't feel like we're where we need to be on this one piece. I don't have the answer. I don't know what else to do, but I just really feel like this piece is not ready for prime time yet, even if most of the other pieces are. I think we need something else here.
Thank you for the comments, Nicole.
I think Nicole wasn't at the last meeting. I don't know, Nicole, if you listened to the webinar presentation about the time issues regarding this regulation package?
No.
So Nicole didn't hear that discussion, and maybe Noreen or Corinne could talk about the regulation package and the 15-day period and the 1 year, the issues that would happen if we don't go to another 15-day period today.
Essentially, a reg package needs to be submitted to the Office of Administrative Law within a year after it is first noticed, which in this case, I believe is April 18th. So the completed package would have to go to OAL by that date. Otherwise, the board would start again. So I think the board has been looking at the potential of another 15-day modified text that would start very soon, if not tomorrow, if the board were to approve the modified text. I think there's a tentative date for the board to review those comments. And then we'd have to look at the timing of it, because there are control agencies like the department and the agency under which we fall for approval of reg packages. And that has to happen as well before the package is finally completed and goes to the Office of Administrative Law for review. The OAL has then, I believe, 120 days to, no, has 30 days, 30 business days to review it.
I think part of where I'm struggling, sorry, I should have written my notes down, is that if patients already aren't having access to it, if the pharmacies are already stopping and interpreting, I just don't see how it's going to come back or what we change. I'd love to have more information about why they stopped. I'd love to hear from the people who do the compounding of these products, what is stopping them. Yeah.
So Nicole, I would encourage you to listen to the comments from the last meeting, because we had the full discussion about the risk of having the entire regulation package not meeting the 1 year deadline, which means we would start over, and it would take probably another 2 years before we get back to where we are today in this discussion. This would impact regulated public who are saying that they're having challenges with the inconsistencies of USP. That's from 2023. And current board regulation. There was actually, I think, eye-opening to me was one person testified that because California regulations were inconsistent with USP, the current ones, that they soon would not be able to fill prescriptions and send compounded prescriptions out of state. They would no longer be able to do that. So more and more pharmacies will also, we have to balance, will also be impacted if we don't have California regulations that are, taking into consideration USP. This middle ground that we've been in for the last 2 years cannot continue with other compounding areas, including, pediatrics, including chemotherapy, including lots of things. So I don't think at this time there's no really opportunity to kick the can down the road. Either either we continue to move ahead for another 15-day comment period and then have the full discussion there about do we approve or not approve. But we can't have longer comment periods. We can't have more than another 15-day comment period. Otherwise, it's an automatic reject. It will not make the deadline, and we will have to start over the rulemaking process again.
If we do one more and we still don't resolve this piece, is there any way to pull just this one piece out and pass everything else and kind of put like a placeholder or something? 'Cause I don't want to lose all the work, but this piece clearly isn't right.
Interesting that you should say that, because certainly that is an option to pull it out of regulation. But keep in mind the regulation that we have simply restates federal law and USP standards. Therefore, it would not be in regulation, but federal law will still need to be enforced. So that's the problem. So is it better to have it specifically written out, or just have it be silent and have licensees have to evaluate federal law on their own?
What's the risk of discretionary enforcement?
So we talked about that a little bit before. It really depends. Well, Ann can talk about it, about how inspectors educate and use discretion on the type of issues that they come across. So that's current.
Yeah, so you're evaluating the totality of the circumstances, right, and everything that's going on. And I think that like some of the challenge, like some of this challenge right here, I think is right the federal law in of itself is pretty clear, right? These category 1 substances they don't have the monograph. They don't meet those 3 criteria under 503A. FDA, right, has issued a number of guidance documents. And I think, we're focusing a lot on the interim guidance document related to bulk substances, because that's where the FDA is, stating, that they are going to exercise enforcement discretion. It's not legal. Corinne does a nice job of explaining that, right? It's that it's not legal, but they're going to exercise enforcement discretion. But that is not, that's not the end of the story, if that makes sense. So there's conditions detailed out in that interim guidance about the conditions under which you can do that. And one of those conditions is that the drug product is compounded, using a bulk drug substance is compounded in compliance with all other requirements of 503A. And that's a big world. That is a very big world, including that you cannot compound under insanitary conditions. So then you have to go to the insanitary conditions guidance to understand what that is. And should it be helpful, sorry to read to everyone, but one of the examples of the insanitary conditions is using active ingredients, inactive ingredients, or processing aids that have or may have higher levels of impurities compared to compendial or pharmaceutical grade equivalents. And then in parentheses, it says ingredients with potentially harmful impurities, ingredients labeled with not for pharmaceutical use, or an equivalent statement, right? And then there's I'm giving you 2 examples, but then there's the guidance document about you need to know your bulk supplier. Like there's all of these different things. So I know that we say it's complex. It really is. It really is. And I love that people are dialed in, but this is what we're trying to navigate, right? And I read the what the federal guidances say. And we want to be able to leverage the federal guidance because it will allow for the compounding using these bulk substances, but we can't pick and choose, right? You gotta follow it all kind of. And then if we look at the USP, right? USP has a whole section on components, and I'm not going to read it all, but it essentially restates the federal law, those 3 conditions, right? Monograph, yada, yada, yada. And it also says when CSPs are used, all APIs and other components used must be evaluated for suitability for use in sterile drug preparations, components labeled with not for pharmaceutical use, not for injectable use, not for human use, or an equivalent statement must not be used to compound for these purposes. And that's in 797, right? So this is a tough issue to try to navigate. We're trying to navigate it because we can't have a standard lesser than the federal law, lesser than the national standard. So how can we navigate this? How can we address evaluation for suitability, those kinds of things? And so if we're saying do it through the testing, test the product in, so show that it's okay. I don't know if that's helpful, but it's, as everybody else has said, it's a complex issue.
That's the hard part, because they even stipulate in there, at the risk of delaying patient treatment, they want to allow certain, methods and compounds to be used. And yet I'm not kicking the can down the road, but by actually following what you're saying to where we're trying to do the right thing, we're going to be putting people at risk, and we're going to be putting the future generation in front of the people that might need it right now.
Well, I'd be concerned that it's not necessarily we that are doing it, it's the FDA. So if we did not have this transparent, specific regulation, people would still have to follow it because it's federal law. So even if we didn't have it in regulation, it would still be required. So we're trying to be transparent because we've had people say, tell me how to do this.
Right. Well, then how accurate is it that 49 other states do it and we don't? Like, is that?
It's not an accurate statement
That's
either.
really an accurate statement.
Yeah. It's more complex than that. There's not one answer, but that's not an accurate statement by itself.
Those kinds of inaccurate statements really make it challenging when you can't sit in a group of people that are engaged in these, the intricacies and try to bring an old fireman up to that level to where you're making informed decisions. It's really a challenge because we can't speak in a small group. You have to wait till we're in a situation like this, and then people on the monitor have to listen to me try to learn, teach my old brain so much about this stuff. So it's really a challenge. I just really want to do the right thing. I mean, bottom line.
Absolutely. Any member comments?
Yeah, I'll add to that because I think it is confusing. And I mean, we probably get over 100 comments every time we have a meeting about this. I mean, we had comments today suggesting that nebulized glutathione isn't available. And then other commenters said that they went down to Southern California to provide it to firefighters. So it's a little confusing because we're getting people saying different things, but ultimately, I mean, I don't know what the right way to go is. I'm open for a discussion though. If everything else is okay and, people feel more comfortable striking the bulk substance portion to move forward the other piece, and then we can maybe spend more time at a later date and start over fresh with just that section, then that's something to think about. I will say the comment that Renee made about changes to the bulk substance list is also concerning. Changes to the FDA as an administration is also concerning to me. And so I'm a little worried about what's going to happen in the future to the FDA in general, to the whole bulk substances list. I'm a little worried, and maybe this is a question for council, if we move forward with language and then the bulk substances list changes, how does that affect the language that we have to get today? Or we don't really know that, I guess, I'm assuming, with getting rid of the categories.
I mean, just to clarify, they're maintaining the categories until they say yay or nay for each, everything on the list.
Got it.
Right.
So everything
So we're
that's on
talking
the
about a
list will
future
stay.
event, and so yes, we may have something that says, category 1 bulk list, but then that will actually essentially, from my understanding, I just read it, or, last month, but is that, that eventually we would just know that something's being evaluated by the FDA, and we're just waiting to hear yay or nay. And there won't be this stratified list, that you're wondering, so that, that's all with that. So everything stays on there. They still have category 1. Everything that's on there is on there, but I'm just saying, they said moving forward. So.
Thank you, guys. Corinne, did you want to say anything?
No, just
Okay.
Renee is correct. That's what has happened with the new guidance, is that as of the date the new guidance was issued, they are no longer putting substances that are nominated on or after that date into categories, but substances that are already in the categories will remain in those categories.
Okay. Do we have anyone else? Trevor?
So as anyone who's been at these meetings where I've asked my questions knows, I've been on a journey with this entire process, as asking questions that come into my mind, asking questions that are raised in public comment, and really working hard without an agenda to figure this out for myself. And I think that's our unique role as public members, is to actually use our inexpertise as an asset to improve the processes. And that's what I've been working hard to do. Couple of statements. First, I have absolutely no doubt about any of the testifiers, and I have no doubt about members, Serpa, Barker, or Ann, or the professional staff, that everybody wants to protect Californians. Everybody wants to protect firefighters. There is no hidden adverse agenda on anyone's part. And I just want to make that very clear. And I know members Serpa and Barker to be incredibly professional, caring, and expertise people. And the work that they're doing and the work that Ann has done has been to that regard. When it comes to policy, especially when it comes to regulatory policy, there's always going to be differences of opinion. That does not make someone on the other side evil. It does not make them bad. It means they have another way of viewing how to best protect people. And I think it's incredibly important that we remember that in this conversation. That's number one. Number two, and again, I'm still on my journey of this. And, we're coming down to the wire. And I think in my mind, one of the things that I'm thinking of in how we can wrap our heads around this is, and I would like to, throwing this out there, this is something that came to my mind just a few minutes ago, is I think it would be beneficial to see potentially in this next 15-day period, and at the next meeting when we discuss the 15-day period, we've been talking in hypotheticals about, what we have here and what it would look like if the advocates who are advocating got exactly what they wanted. What would that look like in policy? I'm not saying that staff puts this together and says we believe that this is accurate, effective, or legal even, but to just say, here's the choice. Because right now, I think for some of the folks on the committee, I'll speak for myself, it feels like we don't know what we're choosing from. It feels like, okay, well, we know we have to get this passed. We know it's important that it passes for a multitude of reasons. There are still significant concerns about, obviously, the glutathione question and the bulk substances question. But I think it's tough for the folks that are still on this journey, like myself, to make that decision without being like, okay, well, we're not seeing the necessary choice. And so my question would be, is that feasible? Is that even doable? Am I putting something that's absolutely not possible? So that we can actually see the side by side of what the option, the two paths to go on now. Because I think that's the hard part for some of us, is that we're trying to look for that middle ground. We're trying to look at that option. Maybe there isn't, and maybe I'm being Pollyannish, maybe that doesn't exist. But I know for myself, actually being able to see what the two paths are and the potential repercussions. So if we have this option, this side option, and it clearly states, if we do this, these are the legal ramifications of every single aspect of what we do. For me, I think that might be clarifying. Please let me know if that's possible, but I'll round up, stop my rambling and stop after this. But I work, my life has been in advocacy. My life has been in grassroots advocacy. I know how incredibly tough it is to organize and have a response like this. Responses like this are not false. They are not to be disregarded. They are to be taken. The voices we have heard deserve to be taken seriously, and they deserve to be given the respect of showing that the effort they did to have their voices heard at this meeting and advocate to us are taken as seriously as possible. Whether or not the legal constraints around us specifically will allow that, I think remains TBD in my mind. But as someone who has worked in LGBT civil rights, grassroots organizing, advocacy across my career, it's something that's very important to me. At the same time, I believe, and my message to everyone is that there is no villain here. There are good people with differences of opinion on how to best protect Californians, and that's the conversation we're having.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you for the comments. All right, okay, Jay.
Yeah, just
sorry. Could my rambling? Could I get a response as to whether the two paths that the option that I requested is even feasible or possible?
Do you want to say something on that, Anne or Maria? I know you guys been deep in this.
So I think, so Trevor, we can't, so I guess here's how I'll respond. We can't release two different versions of text, if you know what I'm saying. So if we're releasing, we can't, at least I don't think we can, right? I think it's the proposed regulation text, right? So we release the text. We could at the staff level have additional language for consideration. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, and then at a board meeting, you guys could say, okay, release this one or release this one, but we can't release two different ones, if that makes sense, to solicit comments, if that was part of what you were suggesting. So I think we can't solicit in both, if that makes sense. So you have to kind of pick one to release for public comment, if that makes sense. But at the next meeting or at a future meeting or whatever, however you want it to be, right? We could present two different versions of text, like even during the meeting, right? We're like changing things and everything else. Like, so I believe that is on your buffet of options. Whether or not we can do some of this, what the legal implications will be, that I think is, sorry, I'm not an attorney. That would probably, well, I'd need to discuss that offline with counsel. Yeah.
I would like to add a little bit to that. That future changes after this 15-day comment period would require another 15-day comment period, which would take us beyond the 1 year. So any changes that we want to make, I believe we have to make it now for this last 15-day comment period. Otherwise, we won't make the year. Is that correct?
Well, I mean,
before I go on,
the proposed, what if Renee, Maria,
Corinne,
you guys work the text to have the next proposed text to be presented at the next meeting?
March. And then you have to another 15 days, which doesn't give enough time for the
required. I mean, if the text is released, that's reflecting changes. So we can't. Okay.
Because there's also time that others need to review it to meet the 1 year. It's not 1 year from the board's approving it. There still has to be time for others to review, right? Noreen, you explained that to us before.
Yeah, the timing requires that the final rulemaking packet be submitted to the Office of Administrative Law within 1 year after it is initially published.
So it has to still go.
But that does not mean that the board could adopt the final language the day before that. You have to back up to allow for the completion of the packet itself and then approval by both the department and the agency.
Yeah,
but
so
if
it takes
there's
several weeks.
But if I'll let Jay speak. Go ahead, Jay.
No, so with that said, I think that we do need to consider something that I just said and Trevor kind of alluded to, and that is not having any discussion about bulk, Table 1 bulk substances. If we remove all the indications about that in our regulations and remain silent, that does not fix the issue. It make everyone feel like it fixes the issue, but it doesn't fix the issue. It's just that we're silent, that we're not providing licensees information on how to do this the right way. They would still be responsible to do these things because of federal law and USP. They would just not have regulation repeating federal law and USP standards. They would be on their own to figure it out. And may have a lot of questions during inspections because it is not easy to understand what we're trying to do now. So that's not my choice. My choice would still to be transparent and have that specifically called out rather than have it be silent and still have licensees expected to follow something that's not in regulation because it is in federal law and is in USP.
Thank you, Maria. Jay?
Sorry, Jay, can I just add to that? Sorry. You're so nice.
Just write it down and submit it.
I how to word this correctly, but I mean, we do have these in here for a reason. I think it was the November meeting that kind of demonstrated many of the results of issues that happened with compounding. Right. So I know one of the comments said that they were, it's like hypothetical. It's not hypothetical, the risk. So just to kind of throw that in there that it's, like without having the guidance, because I mean, it is very complex and it's there, but you've got to collate lots of, FDA has their whole list of documents that you have to know that you need to follow this and this and this one and USP. Right. So I just want to say kind of off of what Maria has said as well, like those requirements are there, whether it's explicitly stated in the California regs, but they're like in federal several documents. So some of it was to provide, like we keep saying, the way forward, right? And so that people can see it. And I wish I could have a crystal ball. But I feel like as somebody who manages multiple compounding areas, and so like we are anxious to get things settled because it's been so unsettled with USP and the regs don't match the USP. So, I mean, it's very difficult. And we're talking about like lots of, I work in a hospital setting. So lots of hospitalized patients are in pharmacies that are all experiencing that. So, we have to think about all the people, right? So if I could have a crystal ball, I don't know. I know it's being said that there'll be less compounded, but maybe there will be less. And again, I know it sounds like it's hard to get, but people are getting it. So I don't quite know. I know there's some pharmacies, so that part, I'm not really, sure of, but in the future, if people really knew what to do, I mean, it sounds like there's a demand for it. And certainly people want to, help, you want to provide what patients need, right? So I feel that it could, that one possible outcome would be that having this clarity of the list of things would provide that way, because right now it doesn't provide that way. And I'm wondering if people don't do that because it's, it's kind of unclear and it's that category, right? Because of not actually being an FDA approved drug. So anyway, but I wish I had a crystal ball.
So Renee, I just wanted you to clarify demand for the step-by-step instructions.
Yeah, sorry, I keep doing this because I really take notes very meaningfully because we have to listen to when people are talking. So, but sorry, I mean, just for any of the, category 1 bulk drug substances, right? So glutathione, the just all of that people are wanting to compound under this bulks category 1. I mean, this is the category that we're talking about, right?
Confusing. They're called category 1 bulk drugs, but then we have category 1 to 3 compounding. So it makes it so
And just
confusing.
to,
USP has their
jump in front of Jay again, but just to reiterate that compounding pharmacies have been asking inspectors for more specific information. So that was the idea of putting it in regulation, was to not create new standards, new requirements, but to reiterate federal law and USP standards. So that's what I thought you meant the demand for, because there has been demand for this too.
I meant demand for the product, right? For patients who they want to administer it to.
Thank you, guys. Jay?
Wait, I got
It's all stale now. Yeah, no, I just kind of wanted to reiterate a lot of what sort of an in-between between what Trevor and what Jeff were saying. Jeff made a comment about his old brain. My middle-aged brain is having the same kind of issue taking in a lot of this information. And I think where the cross-section that I see where this is going wrong is it's a lot of like them versus us. And I don't want to make anyone here or anyone who's chiming in feel like there's a them or an us. This is about a single community trying to forge a path for people to get better. This is not the board. Nobody's that I'm aware of is in anyone's pocket. No one is concerned about this. Probably, I wouldn't say no one's concerned more than us. There are people who are dying right now because they don't have access. No one here is happy about that and wants that quote unquote blood in their hands. So just so everyone else knows, we have a real commitment to this. There are talks that happen on a regular basis and the information that I can't even tell you the amount of reading that it's literally, it was somewhere around 2,000 pages in the last 35 days. And that's just for single issues, not even getting to the deeper stuff that requires additional research. There's a lot that goes in here more than just sitting here and, no one's rolling their eyes. We're not just sitting here and not listening. So I just want the people who feel like they're them or the people who feel like they're us to kind of recognize that there is no them versus us. We want everyone, not just people speaking. We ourselves want access to this. I've had my house burned down and left with the clothes on my back, had my things rescued. My Rottweiler made it out barely because the firemen helped out. And I've had people in my family with Lyme's disease. I have a chronic disease. A lot of the things that we're talking about, it's coming off as though we desire to make the path longer, and that's just not the case. The desire is to figure out where the cross-section is between the federal guidelines and what we can actually do to forge the shortest path possible. It's taking too long. We recognize that as well. But if we don't come up with the shortest path possible, the community where the boots hit the ground is going to find us accountable. We're not looking forward to being scrutinized because we didn't make this work. However, I just want to make sure that we're clear that it requires certain steps. If I walked in here, it didn't have the benefit of Maria, it didn't have the benefit of the other people at this desk. I don't know that I'd be able to do anything other than spew out a bunch of words that sound cool and watch it all get shut down in a week. It takes a huge concerted effort, and I'm asking that all of us make sure that we're putting something towards that effort. The misinformation that sometimes is deliberate is not okay. The misinformation and that's from both sides. The misinformation that is not deliberate is something that we need to hurry up and work out so that we can forge this path and move forward. Right? When I first came on this board and I'm the newest member, I didn't have the understanding that this or any of these issues would take this long and that this actually required federal regulation as well. So figuring that out, and especially hearing after what Maria said, and a lot of us already knew, a lot of the audience actually knew probably more than we knew, this is not stuff that we can change. We're forging a path in a forest that has a whole bunch of thorns and we're getting cut up in the process, but we want to make sure that there is a path. So the federal piece seems like where we should all be leaning. And there's only so much that this board has power over. What sometimes is asked offline and online is that we forge something we're not actually capable of doing. No one wants to see people get hurt. No one wants to see people die. We are all, and no one in this room probably doesn't have a family member whose house is burned down in the last 3 weeks. Nobody feels good about this. And there's all kind of people who aren't being accounted for, disabled populations, people that are disadvantaged, quote unquote, naturally, quote unquote, right? That are partially disadvantaged because they don't have access to even the information about compounding drugs. So I just want to make sure that we're paying attention to the fact that there should not be an us and a them, that this is not an other situation. This is a bigger community. We're all fighting for the same thing. I'm not telling you to give us a break. Keep putting the pressure on. We actually need the pressure, but let's make sure that we redirect some of that pressure to the federal pieces that are stopping us from being able to do what we need to do. That was it.
Thank you, Jay. Jay for president, I say. Nicole?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate what everyone is saying and thanking everyone and all the work that went into this. I hope it doesn't feel to anyone on here like, you know, infighting or that it's not appreciated. I do appreciate everything that everyone's done. In the effort of trying to find a workable solution, I had a couple questions. If we pull out the bulk substances, can we still work on it and do it as a separate piece? So I'm not necessarily suggesting we get rid of it, but I'm thinking that's the piece that's holding us up. So is there a way to pull just that out, continue working on it to allow everything else forward? Or two, if there is not, is there another way to provide this information, like through FAQs, through the you know, education, public education committee? Are there other means that we can get this to the pharmacists to provide that, again, doesn't hold this up because of one issue?
Thank you, Nicole. I think onto your first question, I mean, we'll just have to amend the text probably to today, but I mean, nothing stops us from working on it, but I don't think that that's probably the best path. But Noreen, do you want to speak on that?
Well, as Ms. Sodergren suggested before, you can't have two different versions of the language, so you'd have to decide what version of the language you want to put forward. When you do that is going to affect the timing of the whole package, so you just have to essentially look at the calendar and see when do you want to make the decision about what goes forward. If you were to choose to pull a piece out, then you have to make a decision. Are we pulling it out with hopes that we'll put it back in and have yet another 15-day notice of modified text, if that's going to work with the calendar, or you'd have to decide whether or not you want a completely new rulemaking package to follow the one that you're currently working on.
Thank you. And to the second question, Maria or Renee, do you want to respond to the Nicole's second question? Or Anne? I think that unfortunately, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so specific to FAQs, I think that we can, I'm not the attorney, but I'm boldly responding. So FAQs generally, you know, can kind of like restate the law, but there may be opportunity. And I think Nicole's, you know, having communication public ed, like look at this would be really great. I think that there would be an opportunity to pull together from various sources. So we're not making things up, but like, this is, if you want to do this kind of thing, this is what the law provides, if that makes sense. So that you're not, maybe not having to, and maybe it's in a few targeted areas. And that's why I like the committee idea, because then people can kind of like put forward where we think some of those FAQs would be helpful to help people understand what the requirements are to operationalize. So that's kind of like high level, like FAQ kind of stuff.
Thank you, Nicole.
Got it. Thank
All
you.
right.
Yeah. And on the first part, my point, I guess, about pulling it out was I don't know that I think we can solve this in time, but I don't want to sink the whole bill. So can we get everything else, pull out bulk substances, and then maybe immediately once the other one goes through, start working on it again?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just boldly speaking. I'm sorry, Noreen and Karina. I'm not an attorney either, but I don't see why that wouldn't be a problem. I mean, we're just amending the text to take that part out, and Maria can probably speak on that.
So yes, that is possible, but it doesn't mean that the board will not enforce federal law. We'd still use our enforcement discretion.
Yeah.
Because federal law is federal law. So it
just leaves back ambiguity.
It goes back to ambiguity, right? And then also we'd have to really be careful and understand what could be in the FAQs. Because in the past, we were not able to provide FAQs or information to licensees when they asked about how do I proceed forward. So if there's a pathway to provide some FAQ, that would be great, but it may not be to this detail. It still may have a lot of quoting federal law, and you have to study it and figure it out yourself. Instead of telling them specifically, you must do the X, Y, Z, and 1.
Thanks.
So that is possible, but it's not a 100% fix, but it is a fix.
Yeah, I know it doesn't solve everything. I'm just trying to figure out a way to get through this piece of it. And I guess where it gets a tad bit confusing is overall in this, we're not restating federal law, but in this piece we kind of are. And I think that's maybe where some of it gets hard or confusing.
Yeah. So if I use the word typically we don't restate federal law or USP, but there have been throughout the whole regulation document, certain parts that do restate it because part of public comment was that they found it confusing when it stands on its own. So we have restated federal law and USP in some sections.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Can I just add that, like another word for that might be, it's not that it's necessarily like restated, because if it was really clear in one location, then we could possibly reference that, but it's not, right? We're talking about FDA requirements, but we're also, so, you see the USP test, because those USP tests are what define the different types of testing you need to have. So, particulate count, anyway, et cetera. So then it's collating them more than just restating them is I think how I would see it. So it's kind of getting that all in one thought, got it all in one place. And I just wanted to use that word.
Thank you, Renee. Satinder?
Yeah, I was just wondering, piggyback on what Nicole has mentioned. So what is I just question, like in the sections, I assume that we're talking about 736.9, right? And in those sections, we just reference the just simple statement to the federal law, and also reference the US, the chapter, the section that pertains to that bulk, and we and then move forward and then continue to work on it to create a more specific regulation later on. Could that be? I don't know.
I think that would be more confusing rather than to just be completely silent.
Just, okay.
If you start parsing out and judging what to include and what not to include, it is more confusing, I think. So either you list what's required or you're silent and you ask the licensees to research it themselves.
Isn't that what you're saying though?
I'm just saying that you just say that just make it general, follow USP and you follow federal law and just say that. It's basically being silent.
Renee, do you want to say something to that?
Yeah, so it's not just USP. So USP and FDA have their own documents, right? So USP has these, standards, which we still have to follow, but FDA has the guidances that talk about what, say like 503A or 503B. So we're really pretty much concerned here with 503A. So it sounds like what you said was that they're like really separate, but they really have to be, it's the sum
Those seem to be together,
as they relate. If FDA says certain, you have to ensure the quality something, right? They don't spell it out, right? So then you have to say, how do I ensure the quality? Then you have to go to the USP and see there's these testings, right? So.
Look, Renee, that's what I'm alluding to, like that you read the federal law and it doesn't make sense, then you follow, you go see how to define it.
Sorry.
That's what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's more complicated.
Yeah, I get it's confusing. Honestly, I could go one way or the other. I do see the advantage of having an FAQ though. I think it is confusing that for the most part, this document is kind of laying out what exists in current regulation and aligning it and referencing USP. But in this particular issue, we are restating federal law. And then the question becomes, well, what if federal law changes, or what happens when the USP updates, and even the testing requirements? If those things update, then we're going to have to go through and update and go through this process again. I could go one way or the other. And I don't know if it's the right time, but there's a couple other things that I have suggestions on too. And I know Mark Johnston has been waiting a very long time for his question as well. An easier thing probably is, well, maybe we should leave it at the bulk substances first and then move on to a different section.
Well, I mean, just in my observation, do we have any other comments on that section?
Yeah, I feel pretty strongly that I'm not going to vote for something that's not ready. And even if the timeline doesn't line up, we got to make sure it's right for our people. And I think Jay stated it very eloquently regarding it's not us versus them. We're really trying to do the right thing. And it sounds like we're already behind the 8 ball, meaning for the last 5 years, it's been difficult to get these items. And me raising my hand and saying, I'll contact the IAFF and we'll do a research project and blah, blah, blah. That's years and years and years down the road. And it's not going to help for a long time. And so what can we do as a board, if there's anything that we can do to assist today? That's the hard part. So
thanks, Jeff. Jesse, go ahead.
Is that it for that section? Okay.
Yeah, we gotta.
So the next thing that I wanted to bring up, I know we had a long discussion earlier, but one of the commenters, Andre Peters, did bring up the potential quality problem in that whole discussion. And I was just rereading the language in 1735.12b, the 1735.12b. I wonder if the issue is from the word potential. Where is that right there? Oh, yeah. The board shall be notified in writing within 96 hours of the facility's receipt of a complaint of a potential potential quality problem. A lot of the discussion that we had talked about the pharmacist using their discretion and being able to identify it if there's a potential problem. But what if we just struck out the word potential and just left it at complaint of a quality problem? And so that kind of, I think for me that provides more clarification that the pharmacist has used their discretion and determined that it actually is a quality problem and not a potential one.
I'm okay. I mean, that's really.
How do other board members feel about that?
Then pharmacists will use their discretion to determine if it's a potential problem or a real problem.
I think the challenge, that certainly is possible, but then the challenge would be is if I'm not 100% sure that caused it, I won't report it. Versus, it probably caused it.
Yeah.
So now it's, it's like the matter of proof. Because
Yeah, I just think of it in terms of for example, if you're thinking of a medication error, you'll do a little bit of research before you determine if a med error has occurred, right? You don't report every single thing that could be, if, how many times have I had a patient come in and be like, you guys mixed the wrong tablets together, and, they have both tablets and they're like, oh yeah, sometimes I put all of my tablets in one bottle. That's not, it's not an error, and you don't actually document it until you confirm that an error has occurred. I wonder if the same sort of thing is in place.
I see the problem at the enforcement level with that language, especially when something is reported to the pharmacist and the board simultaneously.
That's true.
Then has to take action, and it will be an investigation. When the board will reach the pharmacy, there will be no notification or no documentation because pharmacists would have deemed as not a potential.
Not a problem.
I'm very neutral on that language. I'm open for.
That happens today.
It happened today. Is that what you said?
Sometimes patient reports that they made an error, but the pharmacist had determined there's no quality issue, didn't file it. So, and the board inspectors is asking for the quality event documentation, and there isn't one existing. So they have to go through the whole investigation to determine there was a quality event or not.
And at the time when, let's say, customer reported this to the pharmacist determined this is not an error.
Okay.
So there will be no documentation on the pharmacy side.
I can see that. Okay. Well, wanted to circle back to the flavoring piece. I think the way that I understood Mark Johnston's questions, I see the question there because the language specifically refers to FDA approved products. So I think the question he had there was for like simple compounds, which is not technically an FDA approved product, right? Like not the same way that a prescription or an OTC medication, would you still be able to compound or add the flavoring without a prescription? Because the language seems a little unclear because it specifically refers to FDA approved products. I don't know if I'm understanding that correctly, but I think that's where I'm seeing a little of ambiguity in the language in 1735.15.
Oh, yeah.
Like 15, right?
So you have
No, number one more time, 1735.
1735.15.
It would be one
where's the other section?
HI.
Oh, is it HI?
One I, because it's the statement of facility that limits its compounding to combining a flavoring
Where's the
agent
other
with a
section?
prescribed FDA-approved drug in an oral liquid dosage form at the request of a prescriber, patient, or patient's agent shall be exempt from the requirements established in subdivision F.
Yeah, so he's reading it, but I don't know what section that is.
And that's I. And then we added a statement, a facility that performs any other form of non-sterile compounding at any time is not exempt as provided in this subdivision. I think that was the attempt at clarifying that to say that, you know, if you are making magic mouthwash, you gotta follow 795, but also you gotta follow all our regulation if you are a magic mouthwash. But if you are adding a flavor to a product just for flavoring, then you only have to follow 1735.14 and 15. That's my understanding.
Right. I think my confusion is under 1735.15B, where it says, because it says in addition to blah, 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 a pharmacist may compound by combining a flavoring agent with a prescribed FDA-approved drug in an oral liquid dosage form at the request of the patient or patient's agent without consultation with the prescriber or the prescriber's authorized agent. A pharmacist performing such compounding must document the compounding in the prescription or compounding record. To me, it sounds like you can only add flavoring to an FDA-approved drug. So if those people who are doing simple compounds, if they wanted to add flavoring,
Then they would just fall under the
just follow
regular.
under the regular, okay,
Right? That's my understanding.
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was actually the question he had, but.
I think that's, hopefully that answers. Anything else, Jesse? You want to bring? Nope. Okay. All right, members. Any other comments? We had a lot of discussion. So there's always a time. We're ready for a vote, I think. Yes. I'm just gonna say that I know this seems like there's a lot of adverse comments, but I am not in any way discounting the comments provided today. But as you can see from where we started and where we are, we made significant progress thanks to all the comments. And I applaud Maria and Renee and Anne and all the staff for working on it. And I think remember the motion is for another 15-day comment. I know that this is not easy for any one of us, but the motion is it displayed on there? That little thing, oh, Jeff can't see from there. Do you want me to read it? Okay, so the motion is accept the board staff recommended responses to comments received during the 15-day comment period as presented. Approve the recommended third modified text as directed by the board for a 15-day comment period. Additionally, should additional comments be received during the comment period, delegate to members Serpa and Barker authority to review the comments with staff to offer recommendations to the board for consideration at a future meeting.
And the EO, the non-sub.
And delegate, I cannot come up with legal language, delegate to executive officer for non-substantive changes. Okay. I think that this motion gives flexibility, hopefully, that Maria and Renee can work on further modifying text based on comments received. Correct, Doreen? Or fourth modified text.
The comments received during the 15-day period.
Right.
They could work on further changes
To the text.
to the text. There would be a question about whether or not the timing would work, but you'd have to.
Yeah.
So, Sung, I'm not sure that I understood your question, so I'm gonna like answer it the way that I think. So the way that the motion is written, the language you are approving now, the only additional changes that could be made are non-substantive.
Okay. So if there's any modification with Maria and Renee and Anne for the fourth modified text, at that time, if we look at it in March meeting, that text, is that the text that we have to all vote on? Or do we have to go to another
If
15-day?
additional changes to the text were recommended in March, then those additional changes would have to go out for public comment period.
Okay. Thank you, Noreen. Okay, is that clear, everybody? Hoping that makes sense. Okay. All right. Well, I think that this is a dicey issue, as we all know, but I know that we are making progress toward, I think, making it clear for regulated public to be able to perform this the right way and ensuring access. I'm going to vote yes to the motion, and I'm hoping that we'll find a path forward. But either way, we'll figure out a way. So with that, Jesse, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thanks, Jesse. Trevor?
Yes.
Thanks, Trevor. Renee?
Yes.
Thank you, Renee. Jeff?
No.
Thanks, Jeff. KK?
Yes.
Thanks, KKJ.
Yes.
Thanks, Jay. Satinder?
Yes.
Thanks, Satinder. Maria?
Yes.
Thanks, Maria. And Nicole?
No.
Thanks, Nicole. Okay, the motion is passed. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate all your time and dedication to this topic. It is very important for us to hear all of you. Thank you. We are going to go to closed session. I would like to thank members of the public for your participation today. As indicated on the agenda, the board will now convene in closed session to discuss the items set forth on the agenda. Adjournment will immediately follow closed session, and there will be no other items of business discussed. Please note the adjournment may not be viewable on the webcast. Members of the public, thank you for joining the meeting today. Thank you, everyone.
Right.
The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. I'm leaving the webinar. All right.